earlier than he did last year. Yeah, you know where we're going to go with that. We've got guests from all over the country joining us to talk about both the NFL schedule release and those Game 7s. Ben Standig of the Last Man Standing Substack, who covers everything in Washington, will talk with us about the Commanders' schedule and their offseason, but also the Wizards a week ago nabbing the first overall pick in the draft lottery, which you heard happen live right here in the middle of the show in the final hour last week, as PJ and I, PJ being a huge Washington Wizards fan, nearly had an emotional breakdown on the air, and I was happy to see it for his sake. Spencer German of 92.3 The Fan in the land, Cleveland, will join us. He hosts Locked On Browns, but also covers the Cavs as well. So we'll talk to him about the Browns offseason, all those quarterbacks, and of course, the Cavs and the Pistons tonight, Game 7 in Detroit. And we won't just talk about Game 7 in the Eastern Conference semifinals. We will talk about Game 1 in the Western Conference Finals, everything going on in the NBA postseason, and what to look for in the offseason when Joel Lorenzi of The Athletic joins us in the fifth and final hour of what is an extravaganza that will cover your entire sports Sunday from wall to wall here on Westwood One Sports, always live inside the Westwood One Sports app. And, of course, the Odyssey app as well, AUDACY, TuneIn, iHeartRadio. We are everywhere, including live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. As always, if you want to be a part of the conversation, you can do so on YouTube, where you can watch the show live, streaming right now, youtube.com/@BetMGM tonight, or just jump on the phone, 310-840-4910. What do you think of what we've got left in Game 7 tonight between the Pistons and the Cavs, what to look for in the conference finals across both sports that are in the middle of their playoffs right now, the NBA and the NHLs? We've had plenty of teams sitting around, waiting, watching which teams are maybe most susceptible to that rust that can set in when you sit around for a week in the playoffs, waiting for somebody to finish off their series. And again, plenty of takes on the NFL schedule that was revealed Thursday night, and so much more. Let's get to the 5 biggest stories of the day right off the top. We call it the High Five.
5. It's a three by Gilgeous-Alexander, and he sticks it.
Kevin Harlan and Dwayne Wade during Game 4 in L.A. this past week as the Thunder closed out the Lakers, and SGA dropped 3 of his 35 there. Put them up 4 with about 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and they pulled away from there to finish the series sweep off. And the voting was done prior to then, but today we get the results. Shams Charania of ESPN breaking the news about an hour ago, a little less than that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander will win NBA MVP again this year, becoming a back-to-back MVP and one of a very short list of guys in the NBA who has won multiple MVPs. And some of the names you will not hear me run down for multiple MVPs may make your gray matter melt and leak out your ears, as it did to me when our board operator, audio engineer, Grant Leader sent me this text, sent all of us in the chat this text approximately 10 minutes ago. SGA now has more MVPs than Shaquille O'Neal. SGA now has more MVPs than Kobe Bryant. SGA has more MVPs than Akeem Olajuwon. SGA now more MVPs than Kevin Garnett. SGA more MVPs than Allen Iverson. All 5 of those greats were one-time MVPs. SGA will join the group alongside Giannis Antetokounmpo, Steph Curry, Tim Duncan, Karl Malone, Steve Nash, and Bob Pettit as 2-time NBA MVP winners. And I don't think there's any way you can dispute how good Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is. I'm not here to do that. And I wouldn't. It would be silly. And he is the tip of the spear in what is a very big weapon coming at you if you're the San Antonio Spurs in the Western Conference Finals, and whoever I presume OKC will face in the NBA Finals as well. He is the best player on a wildly deep roster. The reason why I suspect OKC will be one of those teams sitting around and waiting after a sweep in the conference semifinals to find out who their opponent is in the conference finals. Yes, I'm looking at the Knicks. Yes, I'm looking at the Carolina Hurricanes in the NHL. The Thunder are the one team I don't look at in that situation and say, wonder if they'll have to shake off some rust early. They'll be fine. They're the Oklahoma City Thunder. And SGA is the best player on that team. So I'm not going to sit here and say that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander didn't deserve the MVP. He did. He is the most valuable player on the best team in the league. He deserves this award. But stop me if you're over the age of, say, 30, 35, and you don't necessarily get butterflies in your tummy for when SGA takes the floor. I don't. Maybe that's a weird Gen X boomer style take, but it is the way I feel about watching Shai Gilgeous-Alexander play. He can do just about anything on the floor. Takes a foul phenomenally well. And sorry, was that a little sideways shot there? A little bit, maybe. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that SGA didn't deserve the MVP. But when I look at the names that SGA is now on that list next to for multiple MVPs, even if I just start at the guys who won 2, Giannis, Steph, Duncan, Malone, Nash, and Pettit, does he belong on that list right now? Well, obviously, Chris, he won 2, and those are guys that have won 2. Yeah, simple fact state he belongs on that list. I don't know if SGA gets me excited to watch a game the same way Steph Curry did in his prime. The same way some of these other guys who have won MVPs did in their prime. And certainly not the same way some of those names I just ran down a couple minutes ago who only won 1 MVP got me up for a game. AI, Akeem, Shaq, Kobe, even KG. So props to SGA. 2-time back-to-back MVP now, going back-to-back. Congratulations, you're the best player in the league on the best team in the league, pardon me. You're probably going to go to the NBA Finals. There's a really good chance you're going to win back-to-back titles. Maybe then I'll start to appreciate it, but you got to give me some of those moments that make me feel it. I haven't had that yet from SGA. Sorry. Boomer Gen X take. Next.
4. Look at this one yesterday. Can he do it again?
How about that? A birdie on 18 yesterday for Alex Smalley. Jim Nantz on the call on CBS with that birdie of 18. It was a good length of a putt, too. What was that, 15, 16, 18 feet? And he finished with the third round 68. 6 under for the tournament now. And a 2-stroke lead going into today's final round as it's already underway at Aronimink, which, I'll be honest, I love the fact that Aronimink has just kicked the crap out of this field. Now, it's warmer and things have probably dried up a little bit. I don't know if that means we'll get more of a challenge on those diabolical greens or if guys have spent 72 hours adjusting to the course despite the cool weather and a few raindrops earlier in the week. I don't know. I don't know if our winner finishes somewhere in the 8 to 9 under range, maybe even hits double digits. We'll find out. But if it's Alex Smalley, it would not just be his first major. It would be his first win on the PGA Tour as a major, which would be huge. And I said coming into this thing earlier in the week, Scheffler's my guy. Because Scheffler, if you looked, was in the top 3, I think, in this weekend's field coming in. Might have even been second in this weekend's field in strokes gained on the green. And these greens are tough. And this is not a course that's built for banger after banger after banger, 350 off the tee, 350 off the tee. It's not built for that. It's built for carefully crafted tee shots, managing your club selection, and then doing damage on the greens. And Scheffler is the best in the world at all of that right now. So I thought he would be the guy. He's still within shouting distance, but it would have to be a massive final round from Scottie Scheffler, and a couple other people would have to fall back off that lead. Smalley off the lead, and a couple other names just a couple strokes behind him, including John Rahm, for all of that to happen. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying Scheffler would have to beat Alex Smalley at his own game on the final day, and Smalley would have to fall apart because Alex Smalley has gained the most strokes on the greens at Aronimink through the first 54 holes over the entire rest of the field. And for that reason, the same reason I thought Scheffler was going to win this thing, for that reason, Alex Smalley is on the cusp of winning not just his first PGA Tour event, but making it a major, the PGA Championship at Aronimink, and we will keep you up to date on that throughout the final round all day here today on Westwood One Sports as we count down the 5 biggest stories of the day inside the High Five. Chris Mack with you on BetMGM Game Day. Next.
3.
Darlene, top of the circle, lets it go. Another good stop by Dobish, who's made some big stops lately. What has not been his best night of these playoffs. Thompson passed it up. Tough angle shot. They score! Jack Quinn. And it's 6-3 Buffalo.
Sean McDonough on the call on ESPN and ABC last night. Jack Quinn's third period power play goal, his second of the night to blow it open for the Sabres at that point. You heard Sean say 6-3. They go on to score 7 unanswered goals, including an empty netter, after being down 3-1. And the Canadiens scoring on, I think, 3 of their first 4 shots on goal. It looked bad for the Sabres very early on last night. But last night's game and this series as a whole, both starting goaltenders were pulled last night, by the way. This series has been, if you're a fan of Family Guy, you know the character Greased Up Deaf Guy, right? And they try to chase him down and nobody could catch him. And this series has been Greased Up Deaf Guy from Family Guy. Sorry, it just has been. It's been wild. It's been all over the place, and you can't get a handle on it. And now we get a Game 7, which is perfect for a series like this. Tomorrow night, back in Western New York, in Buffalo. This is going to be amazing because, again, these are 2 teams, relatively young, playoff inexperienced teams with a couple of well-placed, crafty veterans on the roster who are learning how to win still. And one of them is going to the Eastern Conference Finals against Carolina, which will start Thursday night in Raleigh. And as mentioned earlier when I referenced the Thunder and the Knicks in the NBA, Carolina is a very good team. I think Carolina is going to win the Eastern Conference Finals against either team, Buffalo or Montreal, go on to the Stanley Cup Final, which should be epic, whether it's Vegas or Colorado they draw. But I would worry about how long the rust lasts for Carolina when they finally get to Game 1 in Raleigh on Thursday night. If it's a couple of shifts, okay. If it's a couple of periods, I don't know if you could give away home ice in Game 1 of the conference finals and still feel good about getting out in 5 or 6 games. If it lasts a couple of games, then Carolina will be in trouble because the one thing Buffalo and Montreal have both shown in this series, including the Sabres last night in the second and third period, is that nothing phases them. Just when you think they are out on the mat, they pop back up, they sit up Undertaker style in the casket, they grab you by the neck, and they choke slam you through a ringside table. And both teams are capable of that if Carolina has a little too much rust from sitting around after sweeping their way through the first 2 rounds. Nonetheless, tomorrow night, a Game 7, Le Habitant, visiting the Buffalo Sabres in Western New York. They'll play both anthems. We'll get 60 minutes of wild, indescribable hockey, and I have to think neither one of these teams has shown a preponderance of interest in tightening things up and playing a 2-1 snoozer where every single pass and every single forecheck and every single defensive zone coverage matters. I think we're going to get another banger. I think we're going to get a 5-3, 5-4 kind of game, and I can't wait for Game 7 tomorrow night in Buffalo between the Sabres and the Habs. Next.
2.
Detroit in the second quarter, 8 of 12. Crossover, 3, Cunningham, full time.
Absolutely nasty. This is what I love about Cade. You a go-to player, right? You make plays not just on the offensive end. You make those defensive plays. And you knew the next possession he was going to come down and let this thing fly.
Candace Parker and Kevin Harlan on Prime Friday night as Cade Cunningham dropped 21 in the Pistons' Game 6 win over the Cavs to send that series to a Game 7. And that, how can you count down the 5 biggest stories of the day without talking about Game 7 in Detroit tonight and whether Cade Cunningham is going to show up? Look, I get it. We may be missing some of the plot when we don't talk about whether Donovan Mitchell is going to have a big road game tonight. We may be missing some of the plot when we don't talk about whether James Harden will handle the ball more responsibly than he did in Game 6 and has on the road throughout most of these playoffs, Game 5 accepted. Cade Cunningham is the story here. We can talk about Tobias Harris stepping up. We can talk about Duran sitting on the bench for the fourth quarter in Game 5. We can talk about a million different players on both sides of this thing. We could talk about the dichotomy and the dynamic between a coach who used to coach one team, now coaches the other team. We could talk about one team being 60 wins in the regular season and the 1 seed and whether it's an example of a team that has to still lose before they can win. We can talk about all those other storylines. What it comes down to tonight in Detroit is, will Cade Cunningham show up? And if Cade Cunningham shows up, takes over the game, doesn't give the ball away, the Pistons win. I don't care what Harden does. I don't care what Mitchell does. I don't care what J.B. Bickerstaff does. I don't care what Tobias Harris does, Jalen Duren, any of them. I don't care what anybody does, Max Strus. If Cade Cunningham shows up and plays the way a superstar who is the leader of his team is supposed to play in a Game 7, then the Pistons win tonight. And we can't ignore the fact that the Pistons are 5-0 in elimination games to this point in the playoffs. After fighting back against Orlando in the first round and winning the other night, they've now got a chance to go on to the Eastern Conference Finals and face the Knicks in what I think would be an incredible, classic Eastern Conference Finals type of series. But it comes down to Cade Cunningham showing up tonight in Game 7. Finally, number 1.
What most had suspected finally is a reality. The Pittsburgh Steelers and Aaron Rodgers have reached agreement on a 1-year deal worth up to $25 million that returns Rodgers for his 22nd NFL season.
Adam Schefter last night on ESPN breaking the news that it's official. After going out in North Park in the suburbs of Pittsburgh this past weekend to get some ice cream with his buds, Aaron Rodgers has officially decided to return. Officially. No, we're serious about it this time. Aaron Rodgers has decided to return as the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback and has decided officially just a day or two before OTAs start tomorrow, May 18th, at the Steelers practice facility, where they will now have Mason Rudolph and Will Howard and Drew Aller and Aaron Rodgers. Oh, boy, we were going to develop these young quarterbacks during OTAs. Maybe they still will. Maybe Aaron stands and does a lot of watching. We'll see how it plays out over the next 72 hours and another set of OTAs following Memorial Day next week. Mandatory minicamp isn't until June 2nd, which is right around the time Rodgers came in last year. So, as much as Yinzers like myself have wailed and moaned and kvetched and gnashed teeth and about whether Rodgers would be coming in eventually or not and how long we were going to have to play this game, he still came in 2 weeks earlier than last year. So, for what it's worth, Aaron Rodgers is going to be the Steelers quarterback in 2026. Does that appreciably change what anybody expects the Pittsburgh Steelers to do this year? No. If you look at the books, everybody still has them where they had them listed before this news came out last night because everybody already expected to a 99.9% chance of certainty that Aaron Rodgers would be back as the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback. But does Aaron Rodgers, in his 22nd NFL season, at the age of 42, 43 in December, mind you, does he make the Steelers any better than the 10-7 team they were last year? Does Aaron Rodgers finally get one of the NFL's flagship franchises over the hump of simply showing up and losing in the wild card round? Well, he's got his head coach back. He's got Mike McCarthy, a guy who he worked with together for, a dozen years in Green Bay, who he won a Super Bowl with in Green Bay. All of those things happened a long, long time ago. But there is reason to believe, if you're a Steelers fan, that with some of the moves they made in the offseason, adding Michael Pittman Jr., drafting Jeremy Bernard, signing Rico Dowdle to pair with Jalen Warren in the backfield, a couple of draft picks on the offensive line as well, that Aaron Rodgers may be able to do more than say, drop back for 2.2 seconds and chuck the ball real quick. Better receiving core, better offensive line, better OC, and Brian Angelico working with Mike McCarthy. Does all of that add up to anything more than 10 wins for Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers? Might have a lot to do with how the schedule sizes up. We'll talk schedules, plenty of them today here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. As mentioned, Ben Standig, 1 hour from now from Washington to talk Commanders and the Wizards winning the draft lottery. Spencer German from the land, Cleveland, up near the lake, Locked On Browns, and also Cavs to preview Game 7 with us to talk about Cleveland's offseason. Joel Lorenzi, who covers the entire NBA for The Athletic, and is landing in Oklahoma City minutes before he jumps on the phone with us around 3:20 Eastern this afternoon to talk about the entire NBA offseason, which should be really interesting. What's the first domino to fall? Is it a Giannis deal? Is it LeBron deciding what he wants to do? How does Kawhi Leonard fit into all of it? We'll get into that later. PJ Glasser jumps into the fray at the top of the hour. But coming up next, this is what would happen, I think, if we dragged Peyton Manning and Tom Brady out of retirement right now and made them go play football. A couple of people coming out for one last swing, one last go-around. It ended about as you would expect it to. I'll tell you what I'm talking about. We'll preview Cavs-Pistons Game 7 as well next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
And Rousey pops her head out in full mount, ground and pound. Rousey looking for the arm, and already the arm, it's over. Mamma mia! It is just incredible. The most devastating finish in MMA history. And Ronda Rousey just took another arm hostage, and just like that, it's over.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Mauro Ranallo on the call last night, courtesy of Netflix and MVP, as Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano got back into the octagon, back into the cage against one another. And it was over just like that. You heard it. You just heard the whole fight. That was it. Done, over, the whole shooting match in 17 seconds. Ronda Rousey gets Carano to tap with an armbar 17 seconds in. And look, props to both ladies for getting back in there after years off. Carano a lot longer off than Rousey. And both of them basically said, hey, it was one more go around. We're both done. Yeah, this is it. And, nice way to go out. Carano said she wished it would have lasted longer. She had a chance to get some strikes in. Rousey basically, as you heard there, took her straight to the ground, and that was that. It is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack with you. PJ Glass are going to jump into the conversation at the top of the hour. Coming up in about 14 minutes or so, I think the NFL did a great job scheduling their primetime games for this year, especially Monday night and Sunday night. But I think they're doing it at the cost of something else that used to be and should still be, I think anyway, very, very important. I'll tell you exactly what that is coming up in a little less than 15 minutes. But yeah, it was, it wasn't UFC, but it was a chance to get some fighting on a Saturday night. I didn't tune in live. My wife came home from a neighbor's house where they had it on around 11 o'clock and said, yeah, Rousey got some lady to tap in 17 seconds. I said, oh, okay. Got you there. She's like, yeah, and there was some other fight where some guy was just absolutely covered in blood. I was like, oh, okay, that must have been Perry Diaz because Nate Diaz loves to bleed. And that was pretty much it. The only other news you got is not related to that specific promotion. It's that Conor McGregor will be coming back on July 11th against Max Holloway, UFC 329 in Vegas. And I'm just going to raise my hand and ask a question because I am not a huge MMA guy. But I will ask those of you out there at 310-840-4910 or in the comments on YouTube, youtube.com/@BetMGM tonight. Do you care? Honestly, do you care? Because McGregor coming back to fight to me is like, okay, yeah. It's got the same level of excitement and reaction from me that, like, Aaron Rodgers going back to the Steelers for another year gets outside of Steeler fan circles. It's like, oh, okay, great. That should be fun. And to use another NFL MMA analogy here, watching Rousey and Carano last night was kind of like if we dragged Tom Brady and Peyton Manning out of retirement right now and made them go play a game against each other after years off. Like, one hasn't been off nearly as long and probably wouldn't look as bad. And it would be very brief, and the nostalgia would only last for a few seconds, and it would be like, ooh, why did we do this? It's kind of the same thing. Luckily, Ronda Rousey saved us from it after just 17 seconds last night, and I suspect it's going to be the same thing when McGregor gets back in the octagon in July. Yes, people will watch it. Yes, people will. People will pay the money. They'll subscribe to the ESPN app if they don't already. Some MMA fans, if they don't already subscribe, will subscribe so they can watch it. Okay. Doesn't mean it's going to be worth it. I don't think. Anyway, it is the postseason in the NBA and the NHL. And in the NBA, when the games are bigger, the crowds are louder, the excitement reaches a whole new level like it will tonight in Detroit for a Game 7 between the Pistons and Cavs. You can be a part of all of that postseason action when you bet with boosted odds inside your BetMGM app. Activate that odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off tonight with BetMGM and make it legendary. Chris Mack with you, PJ Glasser, as I mentioned, will jump into the conversation at the top of the hour. We will certainly talk plenty about the NFL schedule, our biggest takeaways from it, and we'll rip it apart limb from limb a little bit later. We will power rank at 1 Eastern, 10 Pacific the schedule reveal videos. I have one very clear number one, which if you listen to You Better You Bet on Friday when I filled in for Nick Costos, you might already know the answer to this, but I don't think there's any dispute about what the best schedule reveal video was. That coming up at 1 Eastern, 10 Pacific. We will also talk about that international slate. I'm fairly unimpressed. I'm curious what PJ thinks. And as mentioned, in about 10 minutes, I'll tell you why I think the primetime windows looking as good as they do does a disservice to one in particular portion of the fan base that I think the NFL needs to pump the brakes on before they start sliding down a slippery slope. But Cavs Pistons tonight. Pistons favored by 4.5 at home in a Game 7. Total sitting right around 205.5. 6 different Pistons scored in double figures to help them get that Game 6 victory. You heard me talk about Cade Cunningham earlier. He was one of them. Dennis Jenkins, Reed, Thompson, Duran, Robinson, all in double figures. And that's what the Pistons need. They need more of the secondary guys to show up in support of Cade Cunningham, no doubt. James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, they were off a combined 12 of 33 from the field. Harden went back to looking like, even though they were playing in Cleveland, looking like road Harden, and turned it over 8 times. And those are the two questions for me. I know I said earlier it really only matters if Cade Cunningham shows up, but I still think that's true. That's question number 1 tonight. If Cunningham shows up and plays to his capabilities, played MVP level basketball much of this year, if he shows up and plays to that level, Pistons win. And I mean on both ends of the floor, as he has done for most of the year and most of the postseason. But if Cade Cunningham doesn't show up, yes, it would be nice to have everybody else around him in double figures. But that won't be enough. Unless Mitchell and Harden both fall apart. And it has somewhat flown under the radar that road Donovan Mitchell has been a giant question mark as well in these playoffs. It hasn't, look, road James Harden, and again, I know we flipped for games 5 and 6, this dynamic and this narrative, but road Donovan Mitchell has been a giant question mark as well. When Donovan Mitchell shows up and shows up big, again, we can reference game 5. I mean, 21 points on the road is a good game for Donovan Mitchell. Only turned it over twice. That game was more about James Harden coming up in the clutch. You've got to have one, if not both of those guys, show up in a big way tonight, Mitchell and Harden, if you're going to combat Cade Cunningham in any way. Now, if Cunningham remains sloppy with the basketball, as he was in Game 5, Game 4 really as well, Game 3. If you get the Cade Cunningham you got in the middle of this series, Pistons are in trouble. Now, I will say this. Mitchell and Harden having a little bit more, not a little bit in Harden's case, a lot more big game experience. I am curious to see, there's one of two things that can happen with Cade Cunningham tonight. He can rise to the occasion because it's a Game 7 at home and a chance to move on to the conference finals. Or a little bit of nerves hit him because it's Game 7 at home with a chance to go to the conference finals. And if that happens, and he's off, and a little sloppy with the basketball, I don't know if you need Mitchell and Harden to both be perfect or near perfect for the Cavs to steal a victory. You just need both of them to do just enough. And that has been the difference between these two teams this entire series and really this postseason. The Cavs are a more complete team than the Pistons. That's not a knock on Harris or Jenkins. It's certainly a knock on Duran, who hasn't shown up in these playoffs. it's more about the Cavs being a more complete team. And if none of the stars show up in a big way tonight, let's say Cade Cunningham, James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, all look off. We'll lump Tobias Harris in just for tonight's game. If all of them are off and don't look great, and we end up with some sort of 93-89 style game, the Cavs are going to win. An ugly game that gets bogged down in the mud by bad shooting and turnovers, the Cavs are still going to win, I think. Because they've shown the ability for a Max Strus to come out of nowhere. Right? That's what they have going for them. The Cavs are the deeper, more complete team. We still haven't seen, Jared Allen in flashes. We haven't seen Allen and Mobley take over really at any point in this series, which could be the case. So if you made me bet this game, I would probably jump off a bridge before I do anything else. I don't think I can bet a side in this game. I would bet the under. I think it's likely we get ugly, bogged down in the mud basketball between Cleveland and Detroit, and I do think that leans in Cleveland's direction. And we get Cavs-Knicks, which I saw on social media yesterday. The promo ran, I guess, during the broadcast of something yesterday, and it was promoting Cavs-Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals on ABC, I think it was. I was like, wait, the scriptwriters let the cat out of the bag? I'm not going to go down that path. I'm not going to tell you it's all taken care of beforehand. But I wouldn't be shocked to see the Cavs upset the Pistons. Still not betting it. Top of the hour, PJ Glasser will dive into the conversation. I'll ask him what he thinks of Game 7 between the Cavs and the Pistons. And we'll also talk biggest takeaways on the NFL schedule that was released Thursday night. Speaking of which, coming up next, I really think, as well as they scheduled the primetime windows, the NFL is on the precipice of doing a disservice to something that has been their bread and butter forever. And I'll tell you exactly what that is next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
one another, they never have. They present about as good a matchup as you can have in the National Football League.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
That's a classic right there. For anybody under the age of, 45, that's Howard Cosell opening Monday Night Football in 1980 as the Cowboys got ready to play the Rams on ABC. And for the first time in a long time, it feels like Monday Night Football, at least given the schedule that is laid out in front of us right now, is back to some of that cachet, for lack of a better way to put it, right? I mean, you open with the Broncos and Chiefs, and I'll run through the whole slate in a couple minutes, but it feels like Monday night is really loaded this year. I think it's at the expense of one very important thing, though, and I think the NFL is starting to slide down a slippery slope in this regard. I'll tell you exactly what it is in just a couple of minutes here on BetMGM Game Day. Chris Mack with you on Westwood One Sports, always live inside that Westwood One Sports app as well. Nothing really has changed at the PGA Championship because your leaders, your final few pairings, they are not going off for a couple few hours yet. Alex Smalley, the leader, obviously at 6 under after yesterday's really, really good round, given the way Aronimink has played this weekend. That won't happen until around 2:30, 2:35. Smalley taking the course as a part of the final pairing with Matty Schmid. Very important. You do have, for example, so far today, Kurt Kitayama has had a great round, 6 under for the final round so far, which means he's down to 2 under and 4 off the lead. But he's about to tee off on 18, I believe it is. So not a lot of movement near the top of the leaderboard right now. You do have some guys who started the day way back at even par who have had 3 under rounds through the front 9 or so. Jordan Spieth, Daniel Berger, Matt Fitzpatrick. All of that is to say, along with a handful of other 2 and 3 under rounds to this point in the final round, I think we might get some scoring today. And I think we're going to end up with a winner in double digits under par. Alex Smalley, the leader right now, 6 under, but I think we're going to end up with a winner somewhere 10 under or better. That would require, obviously, Smalley going 4 under again today, as he did yesterday. And, wait, is that right? I want to make sure I have that right. Did he go 4 under yesterday or 2 under? 2 under, pardon me. But that would require Smalley having a really good day, his best day of the tournament so far, or somebody like Aaron Rai or John Rahm or Ludwig Åberg, one of them having a massive day, shooting like a 64. All of that is possible, I think, if it continues to be nice out there in Newtown Square, PA, just outside of Philly, where the final round of the PGA Championship is being played and the Wanamaker Trophy is up for grabs. We'll keep you up to date on it throughout the day. You heard me acknowledge just a minute ago the Monday Night Football schedule. With the schedule being released on Thursday night, I think it's hard to argue that of all the primetime windows, Monday night got the best treatment. Sunday night, still very good. But I think if you look up and down at the Monday night schedule, it's hard to see any clunkers. There's a couple possibilities. I'll run down the list real quick. Denver, Kansas City, week 1. Okay, let's go. Right off the hop. Giants, Rams, week 2. Okay, Jackson Dart back to Southern California, where he's from, against probably the best team in the league. We see if the Giants have improved at all in the offseason. Philly, Chicago, week 3. Yes, please. Atlanta, New Orleans, week 4. You go, really? No, it's the 20th anniversary of the Saints' dome coming when they played their first game back in the Superdome following Katrina. And you had Steve Gleason blocking the punt, all of that. Which, by the way, there was a rumor out there, don't know if it's true, that the Falcons told the league they wanted to dodge that game if they could. Too bad, you're going back. Washington, San Francisco, Dallas, Philly, Chicago, Seattle, Buffalo, Minnesota, Chargers, Ravens, Bengals, Commanders, maybe. We'll see. That's week 11. Don't know where either team will be at that point. Carolina, Tampa Bay the following. Maybe. Okay. Dallas, Seattle, Pittsburgh, Jacksonville may end up being a clunker by week 14. Who knows? New England, Kansas City, Giants, Lions, Texans, Packers. It's a great Monday Night Football schedule. And most of the primetime windows look really good. Here's the problem. And this segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. The problem with this is that stacking up so much quality inventory, if we want to put it that way, in the standalone primetime windows means your 1 o'clock windows, once you get beyond September especially, they suck. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say it. First few weeks, you look at the 1 o'clock windows as they're currently set, and there's opportunity for some really good games, especially week 1, which we'll break down in greater detail later in the show. But you get out to October, and some of these 1 Eastern, 10 Pacific windows, if you've got other plans for early on your Sunday afternoon, you might just go ahead and see those plans through. Now, if you're a red zone junkie and the sound of Scott Hansen's voice on a Sunday afternoon is inescapable and you start to get the shakes without it, you'll probably still be sitting there watching. But I don't know if I'll pay nearly as much attention to the early windows. I can keep up on my fantasy team on my phone. I don't need to see up-to-the-date highlights of some of these clunkers that we're going to have, especially, like I said, once we get to October in the early window. I'm not going to set aside a full Sunday when I could get something done maybe in the yard with the family. Something else that I have to do after I've already spent all day Saturday watching football, most likely, with the college game. I'm not going to take any more time out of my day to watch, I don't know, the Bengals and the Dolphins. I'm not going to take any more time out of my day to watch the Browns and the Jets on what may be a gorgeous mid-October Sunday afternoon. So the NFL is at an inflection point when they give this much quality inventory, as I said, to the primetime windows. It really starts to cut into the early Sunday windows. And perhaps you're a little less interested at that point. We'll break down the schedule 6 ways from Sunday since, well, it is Sunday, with PJ Glasser, who's jumping into the fray next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
My God, that's PJ Glasser's music. Welcome back into BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports, live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. I'm Chris Mack, with you until 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific, and glad to be joined by my friend PJ Glasser for the remainder of the show. Ben Standig will join us in about 20 minutes to talk about the Wizards winning the NBA Draft Lottery and the Commanders' schedule. Spencer German, an hour following that, right around 1:20 Eastern, 10:20 Pacific, from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. So we will talk Browns' schedule, obviously, in their offseason, but also Cavs, Pistons, Game 7 tonight. A little later in the show, Joel Lorenzi, who covers the entire NBA for The Athletic. He'll jump on the horn with us after landing in OKC as he gets ready for the Western Conference Finals. Plenty of different angles on the NFL schedule, though, PJ. When you saw it come out Thursday night, what was your first takeaway from the NFL schedule?
I mean, just how loaded the holiday slate is this year, especially Thanksgiving, Chris. I feel like every year the Thanksgiving slate comes out and there's always one dud, you know? It's especially when the Lions weren't good. I mean, there's nothing you can do the year that the Lions and the Cowboys aren't good, but the fact that both of those teams are good, they have great offenses, and you put the up-and-coming Bears against Detroit, then you put the Eagles, Cowboys, you have Bills, Chiefs as the nightcap. And then the Christmas slate as well. You got the Rams playing, and you just have a lot of really, really quality games. So that was immediately what stuck out to me was Goodell and the NFL. They're going all out on these holiday games this year, which is going to be really exciting. So I'm looking forward to that. And then week 1, you know, we got a lot of intriguing games. I told you we were doing this last week. The things I always look for are obviously being a Ravens fan. I look to see their schedule. I look to see what the holiday games are. And then I look to see what the week 1 schedule is. And I'm already thinking about my survivor pools, Chris, and who I'm going to use, right? And those LA Chargers week 1 against the Cardinals, I don't care if 90% of the pool is going to be on it. We're taking LA. We're not thinking twice. Since Jim Harbaugh's been there, he takes care of business in those kinds of games. You want to play the Chargers in those kinds of games. So people might get cute. They might take like the Jags against the Browns, or maybe they get really cute and they'll take like Vegas against Miami, Titans against the Jets. Feel free. You go ahead and do that. I'm going to take LA against the Cardinals, and I'll see you in week 2.
I have been so out on Survivor since the Bengals burned me 2 years ago. You remember losing to the Patriots in week 1?
Oh, yeah.
And they took out probably like 90% of everybody playing Survivor across the entire country. And so I had a couple friends come to me last year. Hey, you in on Survivor this year? You know, no, screw it. I'm out. I'm not playing Survivor this year. So this may tempt me to get back in. And then inevitably, you know what's going to happen, PJ, is I'm going to take the Chargers week 1, and Carson Beck is going to come out of nowhere and throw 3 touchdowns and beat the Chargers or something stupid.
Oh, you absolutely know that's what's going to happen, Chris. So yeah, I'm already thinking about it, man. I can't wait. It's great to see all these games. It's great to see all the spreads of these games. And we obviously got some big news from your Steelers yesterday. We kind of all knew it was coming, but Rodgers being back certainly adds some more intrigue, looking like it's going to be his final year. Overall, I think they did a really good job, though, with the week 1 slate. Some solid divisional matchups. I'm excited for that Buffalo-Houston game week 1. And then the fact we get an Australia game is going to be kind of nuts to watch that between the Rams and the 49ers.
Yeah, and a Wednesday opener, too, because of that Australia game being on Thursday. Patriots, Seahawks opening the season. I made this argument the other day on You Better You Bet, and executive producer Bill Zimmerman, I think, looked at me like I had 3 heads. I love the idea because you've got a 17-game schedule now, right? And you're not necessarily – I know they try to fit a format for who your extra interconference opponent is going to be. Like if you're first place in your division, you're going to play the first place team from the division you played 2 years ago in the NFC, or vice versa. I am convinced the first game of the year every year should be just a straight rematch of the Super Bowl. even if the Super Bowl was crap, and let's be honest, how many of us were really paying attention in the fourth quarter back in February? It wasn't a great game. And maybe the Patriots do regress in a big way this year. But I just think it's a natural narrative storyline builder. Hey, these two teams wrapped up the season last year. Let's have them face off against each other again the following year in week 1 to kick it all off. It just feels natural to me. I don't know. I do think that the other great option you had for Seattle to open the season would have been them against the Rams, the rematch of the NFC Championship game. And the fact that we've got to wait until Christmas for that, PJ, is utter torture.
It is, but I kind of love it when they push the high-stakes game to that late in the season because all the former players and coaches and analysts, all of them talk about how the NFL season really starts when Thanksgiving hits. Obviously, if you're 3-8, your season's over. But for a bunch of these teams trying to win their division, for a bunch of these teams that are battling for playoff positioning and they're trying to get themselves into the postseason, once Thanksgiving hits, those 5 or 6 games, when you turn the calendar late November, December, and into January, that's when it starts to feel really like playoff football. The temperature drops. So we get those two teams playing on Christmas night. It's going to be unbelievable Friday night. And as I was talking about, I mean, you get Bears, Packers. Chris, we did that. Was that ranking a week ago or 2 weeks ago? The games we were most excited. Yeah, and 2 of the 3 games are on Christmas that I was most excited to watch this year, Bears, Packers, and Rams, Seahawks. So again, absolutely loaded holiday slate between Christmas and Thanksgiving. But I think that's fair. That would have been my number one choice, would have been Rams, Seahawks to kick off the year. I personally probably would have gone Bears and Seahawks over the Patriots, but I don't disagree with any of your points. I'm really not bothered by it. I guess I am a little surprised because if you're the NFL, wouldn't you want to try and keep the Vrabel thing as hush-hush as possible, right? Why would you want to bring a possible story to that? I see both sides. It's a rating play and everything like that. A.J. Brown's going to be in a Patriot uniform as well. You said, it was a Super Bowl rematch. There are a lot of intriguing storylines. I was just surprised that I kind of thought maybe they'd bury them at 1 p.m. on Sunday instead of maybe having them in the national spotlight in the season opener.
Yeah, I think the NFL, depending on how that story continues to play itself out, it feels like it's finally starting to run out of gas just a little bit. The NFL is going to do the classic thing where they don't want you to say anything about it, but if you say something about it, they're not necessarily going to slap you on the wrist. It was alluded to in a couple different schedule release videos, which we'll get to in a little less than an hour, right at 1 Eastern, 10 Pacific. We will power rank, PJ and I, our top 5 schedule reveal videos. My number 1 is locked in and has been since I first saw it Thursday night, Friday morning. It's phenomenal. But that aside, I think the league will kind of look the other way as long as it's not an overt shot at Vrabel or Rossini or is very explicitly bringing up. They'll let it. Al Michaels will be the best at this. He will sort of allude to the multitude of off-season issues in Foxborough, and he'll say it in a way that everybody goes, I know what you're talking about, Al, but that he doesn't actually say it.
Right. Yeah. No, that makes sense. I think it's going to be extremely interesting. I expect Vrabel to be the coach for that game, week 1 against the Seahawks. But like you said, it's rare too, Chris, that you get the Super Bowl rematch that following season. Having an AFC and NFC team, normally they just play once every 4 years. So rarely do you get it. And then the fact that you have the team that won it gets to host the game, I think that was probably too good to pass up for the NFL. Interesting, though, I got to say that the Seahawks are only a 3.5-point favorite. They were a 4.5, 5-point favorite in the Super Bowl. And has that much changed? A lot of us expect Seattle to be really, really good again, where we all kind of expect New England to take a step back. Seattle's at home for this game. It kind of just feels like, I don't know, 3.5 just feels a little too low. So I'm hoping that goes down to 3. And even though I don't like tying my up this much to week 1 bets, if I see Seattle -3, Chris, I'm going to fire away on that.
Yeah, it feels like it should be closer to at least 5.5, 6.5, and maybe it gets there throughout, the summer, especially once we get through preseason and maybe see a few things from these teams leading up to week 1. I just mentioned before you jumped on, PJ, and I don't know how you feel about this, like the primetime windows that we have, and I think they went out of their way in the year that Disney has the Super Bowl, ESPN and ABC, to give them a quality primetime slate in Monday Night Football. Feels like the best Monday night slate we've had in years. Sunday night is still strong. Thursday's got some weak links in the chain. But the primetime windows, you mentioned the holiday windows. For the most part, standalone windows look really, really strong throughout this schedule. And I do think it is to the detriment of the 1 p.m. Eastern window on Sundays, especially once you push past the first few weeks of the schedule. Once you push into October and you start to look at some of the, when Scott Hansen throws up the old quad box in week 6 or whatever it may be, and you're looking around at all the games that are kicking off and you're going, wait, my wife wanted me to cut the lawn one last time. The kids wanted to go to the pumpkin patch, and I'm staying home to watch at 1 Eastern Jets at Patriots or Saints Giants, or there are going to be weeks where the 1 o'clock window is very underwhelming, and this is that slippery slope of, in feeding the primetime beast and the streamers and the networks that pay so much in rights fees, are you diluting somewhat what you're getting on Sundays?
Without question, and I think that's my biggest gripe with the schedule, Chris, is that I went through and I saw some people tweet this out. We have 8 weeks of the 18 where we're in that late window, that 4:05, 4:25 Eastern time window, where we only have 3 games that are being played. You have a lot of weeks where it's like 9-3, 9-3, 8-3, 7-3. You have buys, obviously, those certain weeks, so there aren't as many games. But you should never have you should always have at least 4 games in that late window. 4 should be the minimum.
Yes.
5, I think most of us would agree, is perfect. Like, I think 7-5 every week where there's no buys is perfection. And then when you have buys, you go from there, right? Maybe you make it like 7-4, something like whatever it may be. But 8 weeks where we have just 3 games in the late window is just way too small. And it's such a overload to watch all these games at one time in the 1 o'clock window. And we got all these games coming down to the witching hour, and that 30 minutes is so great. But then when it's over and we all have time to digest, it's like we have 3 games, right? And you have the CBS game of the week or America's game of the week on Fox that everybody's tuning into. And then, like you said, usually it's like Raiders Browns in the late game, or it's, Cardinals and whatever in the late game, Niners. And you're just like, this is what I have to choose from. So going forward, they're clearly trying to, Goodell and the NFL have kind of been talking about, I think in an ideal world, they love to play a game every single day of the week. Remember what your bread and butter is. It's NFL Sundays. They go together, right? That's what we all love. So I kind of hate that they're trending in that way where they're spacing out all these games on certain days. I also hate that they're just putting so few games in that late window.
Yeah, I think the perfect mix, actually, and I want to say week 18 was this way because you don't have a Monday night window to serve in week 18. And so you've really only got 2 primetime games that you're serving on Thursday night and Sunday night. They did a great job of loading up the late window as well, also because they want teams playing at the same time who affect each other's playoff chances. If you could get me on an average NFL Sunday with no buys, like you said, if you could get me 7-5, as you said, that would be perfect every single week, so that you're getting at least one or 2 quality matchups in each window. The other problem is when you start to serve that early Sunday morning international window and none of those games are really attractive, it becomes, what are we doing? It gives the international games, I said this the other day on You Better You Bet, almost almost a preseason feel. Philly, Jacksonville in London week 5. I know those are 2 teams that are supposed to be good this year, but it just doesn't have the, like, Steelers Saints in week 7 in Paris. If you're not a Steelers or Saints fan, are you getting up for that one? And you're not just now diluting the 1 o'clock or 4:05 windows, but you're serving us this stuff at 9:30 in the morning on the East Coast too.
Yeah, it's very interesting. So I think they just kind of, like the NFL, wanted to go in so many different directions, and they wanted to go to all these different countries and stream on all these different platforms and play on all these different days, that they're kind of all over the place. You hope that in the next couple of years, now that they have all these deals and they've found ways to play on certain days, and now they've taken over Christmas, that they just take a deep breath and just go, at the end of the day, our sport's played on Sunday, and let's get back to that.
Yeah.
And I hope they do. Because, Chris, you talk to just about everybody. Their favorite games are when their team plays at 1 o'clock on a Sunday, right? So whether that be you're on the East Coast and it's Sunday at 1, or you're on the West Coast and your team plays 105, 125, whatever it may be, that Sunday 1 o'clock game, everybody loves it. And it's a shame that they're not playing as many games during that window. And then when they are, they're just putting all those games on that window and not spreading it out enough for the late games as well.
The Commanders open up with 2 games on the road in the division, and then a third divisional game in week 5, even if it is at home against the Giants. How are fans in D.C. feeling about that, and perhaps their favorite basketball team, the Wizards, winning the lottery last Sunday? You got to see how PJ reacted to it here on BetMGM Gameday last Sunday. My man was near tears of joy. We'll talk to Ben Standig of the Last Man Standing Substack. He covers the Commanders, and obviously we'll have plenty to say about the Wizards as well. That next, right here on BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Gameday. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports.
Chris, which means the Wizards are in the top 3.
Oh,
The Wizards
boy.
are in the top 2. It's the Wizards or the Jazz, Chris. It's the Wizards or the Jazz.
You it's Utah. I'm telling you it's Utah, so that everybody.
The Wizards have the number 1 pick. The Wizards have the number 1 pick, boys. They did it. AJ's coming to DC. Let's go. We manifested it.
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
The pure joy in PJ's voice last week as we saw the lottery unfold live on the air was something to see here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One.
It wasn't a dream, Chris. It wasn't a dream.
It was all real.
It was
real,
all
and
real.
It was spectacular, to paraphrase Seinfeld. The Wizards win the lottery and have the first overall pick. And we will talk to Ben Standig in just a moment from D.C. Of course, he covers the Commanders with his Last Man Standig Substack. Great coverage of that team, and he has done so for years. But also, he's in D.C., so we will ask him about the Wizards winning the lottery as well, coming up in just a moment here on BetMGM Game Day. 1 hour from now, we talk Cleveland with Spencer German of 92.3 The Fan in the land. He hosts Locked On Browns. We'll talk about their schedule and their offseason, but also the Cavs and Pistons, Game 7 tonight in Detroit. Top of the hour, PJ and I will power rank our 5 favorite schedule reveal videos. I have got a lock, stock number 1 that I don't think can be beaten. We'll see if PJ feels the same way. But as mentioned, Ben Standig does a phenomenal job covering the Commanders in D.C. Check out the Last Man Standing Substack and follow Ben on social media as well, at Ben Standig. He joins us now on BetMGM Game Day. Morning, Ben. How are you?
Hey, I'm great. Thanks for having me. The excitement there with the Wizards getting the number 1 pick is all the caffeine I needed today.
Heck yeah, Ben.
PJ was living and dying as he was watching the teams get revealed last Sunday live on the air, Ben. And we could talk Commanders plenty, but let's start with that. Let's start with the Wizards winning the lottery and just the feeling in D.C. that this breathes some new life into a team that's been sort of lost in the rebuild wilderness for a long time now.
Yeah, no, I mean, I grew up here. I grew up a Bullets fan. I was alive when they won the title, and then it's been 50 years of dreck. I mean, the fact that they haven't even won 50 games in the season since 1979 is just insane. And, you know, there's been fits and starts. You had the Chris Webber, Juwan Howard era, the Gilbert Arenas era, the John Wall, Bradley Beal, but it never goes far. It always crashes down. And, you know, even in, you know, they got the number 1 pick a few years ago, and it was Kwame Brown. You know, it has just been one thing after another. And to get the number 1 pick in a year where, the evaluators say you got a lot of options of guys that could be real difference makers is such a big deal. I mean, the Wizards have been, in recent time, you know, the Washington Capitals and the Washington Nationals both won titles. The football team is always going to be the number 1 draw in this town. So the Wizards, I don't even know if they're 4th. There's only 4 teams, but I don't even know that they're 4th. And yet there's definitely a lot of buzz about this one.
Ben, I think you could argue, I mean, the best 2 Wizards players in the last 20 years, maybe Gilbert Arenas and John Wall. I've seen both of them have said they would take Darren Peterson with the number 1 pick, which I found interesting. You've had people make the case for Caleb Wilson as well. Do you think it ends up being DeBansa at this point, or do you think there's a legit shot that maybe they go with Peterson or one of the other guys?
Yeah, if you look at the composition of the team, I mean, I think part of what is exciting for those of us who've been paying attention is that, it took forever to convince the owner that they needed to stop trying to get the 8th seed, right, and stop, aiming for the play-in game and just bottom out. They finally did it, and this feels like this is sort of the reward for doing the right thing. But they've also had 6 first-round picks the last 3 years, and they've all been pretty solid at a minimum. And looking at the composition of that group, they need more of a front court player. Now, I'm not saying you make that decision of the number 1 pick off of that, but DeBansa would be, I think, the best fit. the Peterson thing is just such the wild card, right? Because his year at Kansas, there was a lot of scrutiny because he missed a lot of time. And, what does that mean? I know he came out recently and said there was this issue of creatine. Who knows? I mean, that's up for the teams to figure out. But if Peterson is what people think, that he could, he was the number one guy in this class, I mean, I wouldn't sit here and say that that's crazy that they would take him. But as it stands right now, without knowing more about that, I think Devonta seems like the pretty clear pick to me.
How do you feel about them bringing Anthony Davis back, if that's the way it goes? And what did you think of Trae Young down the stretch once he came over?
Yeah, what a fascinating way to tank. Acquire two legit, all-star type players, but they just don't play because they already had injuries or something. That was fascinating. Look, Trae Young, he played a little bit down the stretch, didn't play a ton. I'll be honest, I'm not saying I was the biggest Trae Young fan in Atlanta. I don't typically love small guards who don't play a lot of defense, but he's obviously been a legit player in this league. He took the Hawks, or he led the Hawks to the Eastern Conference Finals a few years ago. And I think for the Wizards, the key for them now is that they're over the tanking, and it's now to go to the next level, and they wanted to have some vets on the team to help all their young guys. I mean, when I say the young guys, I mean, they're all 21, 22 or younger. I mean, some of them I don't even think are, 21 yet. So they need some of that. So, okay, Trae Young gives you that. The Anthony Davis part, I think Trae Young probably ends up staying, maybe even gets an extension. The Anthony Davis part is the curious one because, the timelines do not fit, right? I mean, where he's at his career, he's wanting to play for titles, and even if the Wizards make a big step up this year, and I think if all goes well, they could be the 6th seed. I don't think it's insane, but that's not winning a title. So we'll have to see. Does Anthony Davis force his way out of here? We've seen him do that once in his career with the Pelicans. And if that happens, how do the Wizards react? But I think for the Wizards' perspective, getting Davis, it really didn't cost them too much. It just gives them a great asset. And this is a poor free agent class this year. So I think having both Anthony Davis and Trae Young gives them options on that regard, because other teams may call up and say, hey, we don't have a ton of other options. What do you want? So I don't know if Davis ever plays here, but if he does, I think obviously they could be a legit, like I said, maybe even a top 6 seed.
Yeah, a lot of options, exciting times for the Wizards. Ben, the Commanders, it was exciting times a couple years ago when they went all the way to the NFC Championship game. Last year, derailed by injuries. And this year, just nobody really knows what to expect. Ben, if I said the most important thing for Washington this year is the health of Jaden Daniels, what would you say is the second most important thing for them getting back to the postseason?
Yeah, no, good question. Probably that they have two first-time coordinators that they both hit the ground running. Durante Jones, the defensive coordinator, he was Brian Flores' right-handed man in Minnesota the last few years, and it's expected he's going to bring some version of the Flores heavy blitz defense here in Washington this offseason, and went out and got a bunch of guys that would fit that. Odafe Owe, Leo Chenal, they drafted Sonny Style. So they're younger, faster, much more athletic on defense. So we'll see. But on offense, they hired David Blau, former NFL quarterback, who's only been coaching for 2 years. He was here basically like the assistant quarterback coach, and he gets elevated up to the offensive coordinator role. And, we'll see. I mean, a lot of people have a lot of confidence that Blau is a really smart guy, that he's like one of these next, up-and-coming young coaches that can get something done. And there's no reason to think that can't happen, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen this year, right? I mean, it doesn't automatically mean he comes in and it's all good. And for a team that went 5-12 last year, I still think they're a little bit light with playmakers on offense, other than like Terry McLaurin. They could use more. So that, to me, is going to be a huge challenge. Can these coordinators come in and be ready to go? You never know how it goes sometimes.
Ben Standig, check out the Last Man Standig Substack, where he covers the Commanders exceedingly well. Find him on social media at Ben Standig as well. With us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. The earliest bye the Commanders have had in a long time, Ben, and you've got a London game thrown in there, and starting with 2 on the road in the division, where are the most difficult spots on this schedule for the Commanders?
It's definitely the first half of the season. I mean, they open at Philly, at Dallas, so not just 2 road games, but 2 division games where, you could easily fall quickly back in the division, or you could, stake your claim as being a legit division title contender. Then they're back home. Oh, they get the Super Bowl champion Seahawks. Then they fly out to London to play the Colts, come back to get the Giants, another division game, then fly all the way back out to San Francisco for a Monday night game, then the bye week. And then after the bye, it's Philly and the Rams. Like, they need to come out swinging. There's not going to be a lot of time for figuring things out. They're going to have to come out swinging. Now, if they can stay 500, the second half of the schedule does soften up a bit. Again, this is all on paper. We have no idea what's going to happen, injuries, et cetera. But that first stretch of the season, the first 4 or 5 games is really, I don't want to say it's going to tell us this season, but it very much could.
Ben, the NFC East is so fascinating this year. It seems like a whole bunch of people like Dallas, the Giants with that young core, and now John Harbaugh comes over. Philadelphia became the first team to win that division back-to-back years and the first time, since the early 2000s. How would you kind of power rate the NFC East right now, teams 1 through 4, Philly, Dallas, the Giants, and Washington?
Oh, man, this may be the toughest question you're going to ask me. Obviously, I'm here, so this is the team that I focus on the most, and I still have some questions, but again, they understood they had to get younger faster on both sides of the ball. They accomplished that. If Jaden Daniels can stay healthy, we saw what he can do as a rookie. So I can see Washington, being back at least in that sort of 500 range. That doesn't typically mean a fourth place finish, but I also can see the Giants having a big swing. I mean, they do have a lot of core pieces at defensive front. We'll see, of course, what happens with Jackson Dart. Dallas, I mean, they've got the playmakers on offense, and they did some good things, I think, to upgrade their weakness. In the secondary, then the Philly is Philly. I don't know. I think maybe it's a surprise. Maybe, Philly or Dallas is the one that tumbles, but I'm going to keep stonewalling here because I really don't know what my order is. I got to be honest. Maybe the Giants or Washington is last, but it's hard to see Philly's not going to win the division 3 years in a row, are they? They got a lot going on there. So, Philly, I'm giving you no answer because I just honestly don't know. They all seem like in a big bunch to me, and I just going to have to see how things, play out. Well, we're still waiting to see the whole A.J. Brown situation, what happens there, et cetera. So, I honestly just don't know. I think this is a really fascinating division this year, like you said.
You mentioned the fleshing out, Ben, of the offensive skill position pieces in the offseason, signing Rachaad White, drafting Katron Allen. I know that's a 6th-round pick, but I could see him being one of those 6th-round sleepers. On the other side of the ball, though, with all the moves they made, Oweh, Chenal, drafting Sonny Styles, is there a concern when you match up all these new pieces, Caleb on Chiason, all of them, and big games that need to be won early on the schedule in order to stay in the conversation, as you mentioned? Is there a worry that defense maybe doesn't gel right away, and before you know it, you're staring down the barrel of like a 3-4 start, and the back end of the schedule gives you some spots to recover, but that it's not enough to recover in this division, which, as you just outlined, is very hard to get a handle on and very competitive at the top?
Yeah, I think that the defense kind of just comes down to, is the pass rush going to get home consistently enough to make that whole defense work? If they do, they added. I mean, their edge rotation is going to be pretty good, if not very good. They still have Deron Payne in the middle of the defensive line. You mentioned Chenal with Sonny Styles and Frankie Louvu at linebacker. Like the front seven could be legit, but they're pretty thin at cornerback. Now, that doesn't matter as much if you're getting the pressure and forcing the quarterback to have to throw quickly or not when he wants to or whatever. But if he has time to throw, then I get worried because, the division with, again, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, we'll see when Malik Neighbors comes back, Devontae Smith. Like, just in the division alone, they're going to have guys to deal with. So I think, to me, that's got to be the key. The can the pass rush get home? Because they are clearly building this defense that they want to have as many options up front as possible, and they're putting less resources into cornerback. And we'll see. I'm not saying they have nobody at corner, but it's not a deep group at all.
Ben, great stuff. We appreciate your insight. Love what you do on the Substack, Last Man Standing. Go check it out, especially if you're a Commanders fan. We appreciate the time today.
Oh, thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, Ben.
Absolutely. Ben Standig, again, the Last Man Standing Substack, also does some work for Team 980 in DC as well, covering the Commanders, and seems just as excited, PJ, maybe not vocally as excited, but just as excited about the Wizards turning things around, maybe.
It's unbelievable, Chris. I mean, this past week, you turn on DC radio and the Wizards are leading every show. And people are talking about them for an hour. They're calling in, we're going to the Eastern Conference Finals next year. I mean, it's just the greatest. The delusions, I can't get enough. I'm actually in the mindset. I do think they're going to pick Tabansa, and I think they're going to draft him. I think it is a little bit more realistic, though, that they trade the number one pick than maybe other people, especially in this area, do. The only reason I feel that, you have to remember the Wizards front office with Dawkins and Winger, they're two guys that run the show. They come from OKC with Sam Presti. Everything they learned is from him. What does Sam Presti do better than probably anybody in sports? Acquire picks. That's his MO. Yeah. Now, if the Wizards feel like Tabansa is their SGA type, their MVP caliber player to build around, you got to draft that, which is why I think they end up making the pick. But again, if you're the Wizards, you could trade back a couple picks and still get a really quality guy while, getting all these picks for the next few years. So I think they draft AJ, but Chris, I don't think it's insane for them to trade the pick, just considering who their front office is and the fact that they learned from Presti for all those years.
If there were a universe where you could trade back a couple spots because somebody else values one of these handful of guards coming out more than the others by a great deal, and you're able to move back a couple of spots and still maybe somehow land AJ Tabansa, that would be the best of all worlds. I don't know if that's possible or not, but something to keep an eye on as the NBA draft approaches. Top of the hour, everybody tries to do one. Some people not as well as others. We will power rank our favorite schedule release videos of the 32 that the NFL teams put out Thursday night. But coming up next, what's the first domino to fall on this NBA offseason? Obviously, the lottery is out of the way, so is it a Giannis deal? Is it LeBron deciding what he wants to do? How does Kawhi Leonard fit into all of this? And then some. PJ and I talk about it next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports.
back, like I think I said it last year after we lost something to Minnesota, that I go back and recalibrate with my family and talk with them and spend some time with them. And then when the time comes, obviously, you guys will know what I decide to do.
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
LeBron, after going down in Game 4 to OKC, talking about his future, is he the first domino to fall on this NBA offseason, or does he take a back seat to whatever happens with Giannis Antetokounmpo, whatever happens with Kawhi Leonard? There are lots of big names that could move around this NBA offseason. We'll talk LeBron and the rest of the NBA offseason in just a moment here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. There's a Game 7 tonight, and when the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, the excitement reaches a new level, like in a Game 7 in Detroit. Be a part of all of it. All that NBA playoff action when you bet with boosted odds inside your BetMGM app. Activate that odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll get a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser. Spencer German will join us from Cleveland to talk about that Game 7 in about 30 minutes or so. But let's talk about the offseason for just a moment, PJ. LeBron obviously going into the offseason without a contract. And the question is, will he decide to hang it up finally, or does he have enough gas left in the tank to come back? And if he comes back, is LA the place to do so? I think the first problem that has to be acknowledged is I don't know if there's anyone else that can financially fit LeBron in without making some other major waves on their roster, unless LeBron is willing to come back for, the mid-level veteran exception or something along those lines. And I don't know if LeBron James is doing that at this point in his career.
I agree with his son playing for the Lakers, and he's totally invested in LA now, the community. He's still got kids that are in school. I just why at this point in his career would he go and leave? I generally think, Chris, the only team that would probably make sense, as funny as it is going back home to the Cavs. Would he ever really do that again? Maybe. But why would you leave the Lakers to go to any other team in the Western Conference that's not the Spurs or OKC? You know what I mean? If you went to Denver, would you have a better chance to beat those two teams if you're with Jokic than you are with Luka or Reeves? I don't think so. I thought the Lakers played the Thunder pretty well in that series. OKC is just too good. So I think instead of LeBron leaving, you keep him and you continue to try and build around that team. I thought the Marcus Smart addition was really good. Rui made some big strides this year for them. The Ayton pickup at times was okay. Again, with Luka hurt, it's just really tough, I think, to kind of evaluate this season. I think LeBron is going to be back. I would be pretty surprised if he ends up leaving.
Yeah, I am very curious to see, if you saw the rumblings earlier this week that the Lakers, when they would have their internal discussions about LeBron, would sit there in the stands and they'd ask themselves, okay, what if the name wasn't James on the back of the jersey? And, what would we pay this guy? Well, I think honestly, you have to acknowledge that he's still worth more than that veteran mid-level exception that I laid out earlier, which is $13 million. He's still worth more than that. He's not worth the 50-plus mil, 52.6 that he made this year. But if you're the Lakers, it's probably managing LeBron's time on the floor again for another year, hoping to have Luka and Austin Reeves 100% and ready to go next postseason so that you can find out because LeBron in the playoffs, I don't think it could be argued, was the only reason the Lakers stayed around and gave the Thunder as much push as they could in a 4-game sweep anyway. To your point, they didn't look terrible, even though they got swept. That's really the only play for the Lakers, it feels like. And I think it's the only play for LeBron. It might be a marriage of inconvenience on the Lakers side at this point, but for LeBron, it makes sense. And really, it's the only thing that does make sense, I think, for LA.
I agree. And again, in the East, outside of Cleveland, the Knicks, why would you blow up what you have going? You're probably going to make the finals this year. LeBron hates Boston. He would never go there. Detroit, just can't see LeBron really going to like a small market like that with the Pistons. So I think the Cavs are really the only team in the East that makes sense because he's from there. He loves the area, obviously. And that team, it's kind of like missing another piece to maybe take that next step. I think he stays with the Lakers, and I think next year is probably his final season. We'll see how it ends up playing out. But yeah, I think the fact that his son's there with him, Chris, now, and he's wanted that for the last couple of years to play with his son, and they're there in LA. Like, why would you leave? I just don't think it makes much sense.
Yeah, and I know I've thrown it out there. Other people have thrown it out there too. The idea of spending one final year, but in Golden State. There's just, you look at the financials, there's too much to move around for the Warriors, I think, to make that work. Unless, again, LeBron wanted to come in on a cheap deal. And I don't think LeBron has much desire to do that at this point in his career. The first domino to fall, though, on the offseason, PJ, I think might be Giannis and whether the Bucks are actually going to make a move. If they're going to make a move, Jimmy Haslam basically said it, they've got to make it before the draft in June. And if that's the case, that's where everything flows from. If they do, in fact, deal Giannis, it's going to be for picks, at least one, you would think, in this year's draft, and go from there. The question there is, who's willing to give up something of consequence for Giannis at a point in his career where it feels like, is he going to be healthy for at least 60 games in the regular season? And if not, does he even still fit in with what we want to do come postseason time? I know I mentioned the Celtics a couple weeks ago. I don't know if the Celtics are in a position where they feel comfortable giving up on Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum.
No, I would agree. I don't think Boston, I don't think he's going to end up going there. I think if you're talking about a Giannis trade, you got to look at the teams towards the top of the draft. You would have to figure Milwaukee is looking to probably bust into that top 5 somewhere. Would the Wizards ever make a move for Giannis? I can't see it. Utah, I think, is interesting because they have a lot of young pieces that I think Milwaukee would be intrigued by. And if they can't get AJ, they could view Giannis as their big swing. Memphis is also another one because we know they're looking to tear it down. And do you maybe make a trade centered around Ja and Giannis? I think could be very interesting. So Memphis, I think probably picking 3. Memphis and Utah, I think, are the most intriguing teams.
Clippers sitting there at 5 with the Pacers pick. Don't know what the future holds for Kawhi. Maybe that's an option as well. We'll talk more NBA offseason with Joel Lorenzi of The Athletic in the final hour of the show today, right around 3:20 Eastern, 12:20 Pacific. We power rank our favorite NFL schedule reveal videos next.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
There were 32 of them. Felt like some of them tried really hard, and they hit. Some of them, not so much. We will power rank, PJ Glasser and I, our favorite NFL schedule reveal videos in just a moment here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Always live inside your Westwood One Sports app. You can get us there. You can also listen on Odyssey, of course, on TuneIn and on iHeartRadio as well. Wherever you're going, we're right there with you, including in the car, live across North America on SiriusXM Channel 375. Just got done sort of priming the pump for what I think could be a really interesting NBA offseason. Joel Lorenzi, who's going to land in OKC shortly for the Western Conference Finals, will join us at 3:20 Eastern, 12:20 Pacific. He covers the entire association for The Athletic. And coming up in about 20 minutes or so, Spencer German in Cleveland to talk about tonight's Game 7 between the Cavs and the Pistons over in Detroit. And also more schedule and more NFL offseason as he hosts Locked On Browns as well. Real quick check, because, again, none of the leaders or that group of people just 2 strokes off the lead at the PGA Championship have teed off yet. Ludwig Aberg, John Rahm, Aaron Wise, Matty Schmid, Nick Taylor, all at 4 under. None of them tee off for another hour and a half or so. Alex Smalley, the leader, at 2:35 will tee off. He's 6 under. But, you know, you've had a couple people make some moves in this final round. Kurt Kitayama, PJ, with a massive final round 63, 7 under in the final round to finish at 3 under for the tournament. So unless something goes really weird and sideways, I don't see him being involved in anything down the stretch here. It's about Alex Smalley continuing to putt the way he has through the first 3 days.
100%. It's Smalley's tournament to lose. Having the 2-shot lead, has never been in this kind of situation before, anything close to it. We'll learn a lot about him today. The guy that he's playing with, Matthias Schmid, who's in the final group, I think it's so crazy, Chris, that he is 26-1 to win the golf tournament. He has the 9th best odds, and he's playing in the final group. I don't think I've ever seen that before, with the guy trailing by 2 shots playing in the final group. But again, another guy who's never been in this situation. You have names that you mentioned like Rahm and Rory and Xander and Ludwig that are towards the top. You can understand why it is the way that it is. Scotty made a birdie on 2, had a great look on 3 and 4, was unable to make birdies as well. So he's started to come down a little bit. He's now down to 76-1 to win the tournament. So it looks like all those people that are like, is Scheffler maybe going to make a move today? Don't think it's going to happen. I think the target score today, Chris, is 7. I think if you get to 7, you're probably at worst going to get yourself into a playoff. If not, you're going to win it. It's a tough question though, man. Like, who's going to win the golf tournament today? I really don't know. Rory was great yesterday. Can he back it up again? I think Xander or Rahm would probably be the 2 guys that I would look at. Both have been pretty steady. And in these conditions, with the way the course has been playing all week, those would be the 2 guys I'd probably want the most. Ludwig's going to be popular today, but Chris, this is his MO. He has played so great in so many golf tournaments throughout the last couple of years for 3 rounds. When we get to the 4th and final round on Sunday, that's usually when you want to fade him. So I'll be very interested to see how he performs. I'd go Xander or Rahm today if I had to make a choice, but it's definitely Smalley's tournament, and I'm excited to see how he looks today.
Yeah, Aaron Wise, but he's been pretty consistent too throughout the weekend. He might be worth keeping an eye on. But yeah, it's Smalley's, and it would be his first PGA Tour victory and to come in a major at the PGA. And credit to Aronimink, which has been a great course this weekend. Not one of the longer tracks, but definitely has been challenging. The rough has been wicked. People have been paying for any kind of errant shots, especially off the tee, and the greens have been wicked at times as well. The NFL schedule came out Thursday night, PJ. We've already talked about it a little bit from the perspective of primetime windows, different effects it's having on maybe your NFL Sundays. Let's get to something a little more fun. In the 32 NFL schedule release videos, I think there were at least a handful that I got at least a chuckle out of, maybe a little bit of, cracked a smile. There were some that were terrible, I'll be clear. If I had to throw out my worst schedule reveal video, it might be like, I don't know, the Saints with their weird weather forecast video, or the Bengals, who I couldn't really get a sense tried anything at all, or the Patriots, who just put some of their players on a roller coaster and threw up the dates and times of the games. But there were some that I liked. I will let you power rank your 5 favorite schedule reveal videos first, though, PJ.
All right, Chris. Yeah, I know you've done extensive research on this. I'm excited to see your
way too much.
Your top 5. My top 5, I'm going to start with the Las Vegas Raiders. They did a Step Brothers parody with their 2 quarterbacks, Kirk Cousins and Fernando Mendoza. I thought was awesome. It was very clever. And Chris, what I loved about it is I don't know if there's another quarterback room in the league that could get away with that. Just 2 guys that are super nice. You can tell they get along. And they were great sports about it. It was very funny. And I liked that it was short and to the point. You knew what they were trying to do. They give out the schedule. I'll put the Raiders with their Step Brothers parody at number 5. Number 4, I'll go with the Chargers, who are always year after year towards the top of these lists. Their social media team is terrific. This year was no different. They did the Halo video game. And Chris, the attention to detail. You mentioned some of these teams that didn't even put effort in, it felt like. The Chargers have probably been working on this since like December. I mean, it's ridiculous. Oh, yeah. I encourage people to go through. It's like a 6.5-minute video. And, it's like the Halo video game that they take you through and all their opponents. And it's very, very good. So the Chargers at number 4. Number 3 for me, this was a personal favorite. I love me some Bob Ross. So the Chicago Bears are my number 3, Chris. Me and my boys love Bob Ross. One of my best friends, Chris, cannot fall asleep unless he watches a Bob Ross video every single night. So I kid you not, we're at his bachelor party last year, and there's like 9 of us sitting around, right? We're all ready to go to bed. Everybody's on like the couch or the floor. We're watching 10 minutes of Bob Ross. I turn around to look behind me. All 8 of the other guys are knocked out. Everybody's sleeping except me.
The happy little trees did it to them.
They sure did. It's, it's not mistakes, Chris. It's happy accidents. I love Bob Ross. Roma Dunze, the hair, the painting, brilliant. Chicago Bears, number 3. I'll put the Indianapolis Colts at number 2 with their Simpsons theme. So good, Chris. You got like 27 seasons of The Simpsons. And for them to go through that show and pick out the bits and pick out the scenes that were relevant to the teams that they're playing, that was incredibly done. So shout out to the Colts. I thought that was really cool. And then number 1 for me, you said number 1 for you was a no-brainer. Same for me. I'm interested to see if we're aligned. The Tennessee Titans were number 1 for me. They did it again, Chris. They did it again. A couple years ago, they went out on Broadway. They had people look at the NFL logos and try to guess the teams. It was incredible. What do they do this year? They go back on Broadway and they find people that look alike, either the teams, the coaches. They found a guy that looked like Jerry Jones because they're playing the Cowboys this year. Just incredible stuff by the Titans. So simple, but so brilliant and so funny. They have Broadway in their backyard and they use it to absolute perfection. So shout out to the Titans, my number 1 team. So my top 5, I'm going Raiders at 5, Chargers at 4, Bears at 3, Colts at 2, and the Tennessee Titans are going to round out my top 5.
So I will say your top 2 both make it onto my list, but not in the same spots. I love what the Raiders did with Cousins and Mendoza and Step Brothers, but that was like fish in a barrel. Everybody had been making those references really since Cousins signed, and it wasn't hard to see coming. So they get an honorable mention from me, the Raiders. The Chargers, yes, I know there's a ton of effort that goes into that one. I've never played Halo in my life. So some of the references lost on me. And like you said, it's like 6.5, 7 minutes long. I had to fast forward through it. If I have to fast forward through your schedule reveal video, you're probably doing too much. So had it been N64 GoldenEye references, this Gen Xer would have been right on it. But Halo, I'm a little lost. So, and the Bears, yes, everybody loves Bob Ross. And it was a great job, but it's more of an honorable mention for me because, like you said, Bob Ross was made for lulling you to sleep. It was great for an afternoon nap when you were homesick from school as a little kid. Just not quite enough there to get me to sit and watch the whole thing. I will start with number 5, a guy that I don't think we could possibly ever get enough of. Not so much on the field. On the field, it's always an adventure. Off the field, it's more about the adventure of you never have any idea what he's going to say. Jameis Winston playing Pictionary with Giants fans was number 5 for me because Jameis, really bad drawer. I know a bad artist when I see one because I am one, and Jameis was not very good at that. So Jameis playing Pictionary with Giants fans was number 5 for me. Number 4, you mentioned it already, The Simpsons, the Indianapolis Colts. It is a go-to for good old-fashioned nostalgia feels and vibes to throw on an old episode of The Simpsons and see if you remember it, see if you remember all the funny lines from it, because it's been around so long. It's been at the heart of pop culture for 3.5 decades now. So props to the Indianapolis Colts, like you said, for pulling out some of those references. And I can imagine the searching into the Simpsons library that they had to do to come up with some of those. So number 4, great job by the Colts. Number 3, I don't have them at the top, but it was great work by the Tennessee Titans again. It's not up to when they went down on Broadway in Nashville and asked people to name the logos. I don't know if that can ever be beaten. That's number 1 all time. That's a Hall of Famer. But just the loose association. Like they find some 55-year-old dude walking down Broadway who happens to have long blonde hair, and they start calling him Trevor Lawrence. Little moments like that were just chef's kiss. Great job by them, as always, but I only have it at number 3 because my top 2, if you hit on the 90s, early 2000s nostalgia vibe for me, you're going to knock it out of the park. And number 2 did that with Tampa Baywatch, with Bert Kreischer and a couple of the Bucs offensive linemen running around shirtless, stomping on little kids' sandcastles, all kinds of funny bits in that one. And that Baywatch theme hits, PJ, and I'm a teenage kid waiting for Pamela Anderson to run slow-mo down the beach again, and I am there for it. So please, by all means, give it to me. The Tampa Bay Bucs with the Tampa Baywatch at number 2 for me. And number 1, this is more of an early 2000s nostalgia vibe for me, but the QV Chiefs, the home shopping spoof that the Chiefs put together with comedians Rob Riggle and Lisa Gilroy. I know Rob Riggle is wonderfully obnoxious sometimes, and it's a little much at times, but it was hilarious, especially the bit. I posted it on Twitter where they have, for the Bengals reveal, they have a Skyline chili scented candle, and she goes to sniff it and just starts gagging uncontrollably. It hits on my hatred of Skyline chili, which I think is an abomination to cuisine internationally. But also, it was just funny the way they moved from bit to bit as this sort of divorced couple stuck doing a home shopping network together now. I thought it knocked it out of the park. So the Chiefs were number 1 for me. Some other honorable mentions, the Browns with their 90s arcade Street Fighter theme. The Broncos with Peyton Manning watching TV with his daughter, and every time he'd flip the channel, it was another team. Some really strong work by a number of teams, but I got to give the Chiefs number 1 overall, PJ.
Fair enough. It was a good one. I mean, Rob Riggle's a funny dude, man. And it was creative, which I applaud them for. So that was honorable mention for me. I thought it was a really good one. Tampa was one that came close to making the list. I was going back and forth between them and Vegas for number 5. Really well done. Again, I like the fact it was short. It was to the point. It dove into the theme. You're on Florida, the beach, Tampa, nice weather. The Tampa Bay Baywatch, like you said, very good. So I thought those were good choices. The Titans and the Colts I had. And then I'll never blame you for picking anything that Jameis Winston's involved in. You know, him and Marshawn Lynch, you cannot go wrong with either of those two people. If there's a video that pops up with either of those two guys ever doing anything, I'm going to watch it and I'm going to be entertained. So totally understand. I just didn't think it was quite as good as the others, but I'll never knock you for ever including anything that Jameis is involved in.
One last one worth a mention that I would have considered putting in my top 5, but again, it just dragged on too long. The Atlanta Falcons, sort of This Is Sports Center parody. A couple of them hit, but there were just too many. It was way too long. I think brevity is the best option here. And after like 3 minutes, I was like, all right, guys, good concept, maybe not perfectly executed, but they tried. And the bit with Matt Ryan being in the room yelling at people to get set, good job, just not in my top 5.
Chris, can I tell you that had the potential to maybe be the best one of all time if they would have brought former athletes from those teams. So you're playing the Cardinals, you bring in Larry Fitzgerald to recreate his old commercial. You're playing the Panthers, you bring in Steve Smith, right? You're playing the Broncos, Peyton Manning. Like, the idea was there. I agree with you. It had potential to be so good. I just wish instead of like showing the teams on like a fax, a paper coming through the fax machine, you bring in some old players from the teams, and it could have been an all-timer.
But the concept was there. It was strong. Just not quite 100% on execution. We'll talk more about the NFL schedule from, the realistic impact of the schedule coming up in just a little bit. Before 2 Eastern, 11 Pacific. Somebody said something this week that they very quickly had to backtrack and apologize for. You won't be the least bit shocked about who that person was. Maybe a little more surprising about what they said, but we'll get to that in about 30 minutes or so. Coming up next here on BetMGM Game Day, a massive basketball game tonight. It's a Game 7. It doesn't get any bigger than this unless it's in the conference finals or the NBA finals. Cleveland and Detroit, and we will talk to someone from Cleveland about not just Cavs, Pistons, but, the Browns schedule and their offseason as well. Spencer German of 92.3 The Fan in the land joins us next, right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports.
from the bench of the Pistons than the Cavs. 48 bench points from Detroit. And now we go to a Game 7.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Kevin Harlan on Prime Friday night as the Pistons won in Cleveland to force a Game 7 back home. Tonight, the winner moves on to the Eastern Conference Finals to face the New York Knicks. Alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack here on Westwood One Sports. I said it just a little bit earlier in the show before you jumped on, PJ. It feels like Cleveland is the deeper team, but Detroit played like it on Friday night. Here to talk about everything Pistons and Cavs, and touch on the Browns as well. Now that the schedule is out, one lone primetime game for the Brownies. It's against their arch rival, the Pittsburgh Steelers, on a Thursday night, which has worked out for the Browns the past few years. We'll make another Jameis Winston reference here if we can get it in. Spencer German of 92.3 The Fan in the land joins us. He also hosts Locked On Browns, but covers the Cavs as well. Let's start with Game 7 tonight, Spencer, in Detroit. As I said, I think Cleveland is the deeper team here and can survive the absence of a superstar should Harden or Mitchell not show up in a big way today. Unlike Detroit, who, if Cade Cunningham doesn't show up, might not be ready to weather that. Just your feelings going into a Game 7 when the Cavs had a chance to close things out at home on Friday night.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that because I kind of feel different. Like the opposite right now, especially given how Game 6 kind of played out. You know, Cade Cunningham in the second half of that game, he was like 1 of 9 from the floor, and it was the rest of the Pistons bench players and role players that kind of lifted them, and that led to them, you know, obviously pulling away late and really making it a lopsided game in that one. And whereas I think like with Cleveland, they're kind of missing Donovan Mitchell and the scoring threat that he is right now in a major way. Harden has been, yes, while the turnovers have been there consistently, and that's kind of been a staple throughout his career, you kind of take the good with the bad with him because he's been the only really consistent scoring threat for Cleveland. So I agree with you. The Pistons certainly need Cade to show up and give you something. But I think it's kind of the opposite right now, where I think that Pistons bench, Pistons role players probably feel really good coming off that Game 6 and can maybe lift the team a little bit more than what the Cavs bench has kind of been able to provide. And they're kind of missing that scoring factor from Donovan right now. And if he doesn't have a bigger game tonight, I think they're in big trouble.
Spencer, was it just that simple for you in Game 6 where Mitchell struggled, the Pistons bench was great, and that's why they won? Because after going down 0-2, Cleveland wins 3 games in a row. It feels like they kind of have a stranglehold on that series. They figured out the matchups, X and O's, all those sorts of things. And then Game 6 was just like, wow, Detroit completely flipped the script. Do you think it was one of those games and you throw it out, or did you see certain things that Detroit did differently in that game that maybe concerns you going into Game 7?
Yeah, I think the Mitchell scoring piece of this has been prominent throughout the series. And granted, obviously the Cavs won the 3 games in a row, even with him. I mean, he had the one really good game where he had the 39 points in the second half and exploded, and that was huge. But that's been part of it. But I felt like the bigger issue, more than anything, in Game 6 was just kind of the energy that they played with. And I actually thought early on in that game, they seemed to have the right approach. It felt like they were ready to throw the first punch, if you will, and be aggressive. You know, there was the whole situation with Asar Thompson, and he chokes Sam Merrill and sort of pushes him over, and it becomes a flagrant, and that sort of sparked, I think it was a 22-10 run to end the first half, and so that kind of sparked the Cavs. But then for some reason, out of the locker room, coming out of halftime, they just looked flat, could not make a shot. They didn't look like the same basketball team. It looked like they were kind of going through the motions, almost thinking that Detroit was going to roll over and just kind of concede that the Cavs are going to win at home or whatever, and that obviously wasn't the case. So, you know, the word force, the word toughness gets thrown around a lot with this Cavs team, and the players always seem to highlight that they maybe didn't play with enough force after a lot of these games, and the fact that keeps coming up, I think, is concerning. I think absolutely tonight, like, they have to come out with a better approach in terms of how they're handling this one, their sense of what's kind of important to them, how hard they're going to play. They can't be lethargic about it and just kind of go through the motions, and because obviously Detroit's especially at home, going to come out with that energy, so they got to sort of find a way to match it. But I don't know that there was a ton done differently other than, you know, Duncan Robinson obviously coming off the bench. I'd be curious to see if the Cavs maybe change something up today. I've wondered if Kenny Atkinson might insert Max Strus in the starting lineup instead of Dean Wade, just to provide more of a scoring threat and space the floor a little better. But he's also been pretty adamant about sticking to his guns on the starting 5 that has Dean Wade in it for the entire playoffs. So I think sometimes he's stubborn in that way. So we'll see if he sticks with kind of the group that got him there, or if he does make that switch.
Spencer, throughout the playoffs, it's felt like any kind of game that the Pistons have played that gets sort of muddy, gets slowed down, either team, maybe both, aren't hitting shots, has favored the Pistons. I made the case earlier. Again, I think because of the depth of the Cavs and their ability to maybe withstand Harden or Mitchell cold games from them, that I think if this one gets down in the mud and the muck and ends up being like a 94-89 kind of game, that I think the Cavs could win that one. Have you seen anything that tells you differently? Can the Cavs win this one if Mitchell isn't on, if Harden isn't on? I know we talked about the bench depth for both teams earlier, but if it does become a defensive struggle, gets down in the mud and the muck and the mire, can the Cavs win that way in Game 7 tonight?
See, I actually think that favors the Pistons. And then I kind of go back to the last series with the Cavs. There was that Game 4 where it was probably one of the ugliest basketball games I've ever watched in my entire life at any level. It was bad. And I think the final score was like 94-89 or something like that. And the Raptors won it and tied the series up after the Cavs had sort of blown them out the first 2 games of the series. And I think that kind of spoke to, you know, those types of ugly games aren't really their style. I've honestly been like surprised the Cavs at times haven't tried to push the ball more when they get, you know, a chance to kind of work in transition, because like getting the Pistons in the half court, and once they can kind of catch up to you and play that half court style, it favors them because their defense is so good, and Asar Thompson, who's been able to lock up Donovan Mitchell as well as he has, you know, that kind of favors their style of play. So, yeah, I think, honestly, that style of game, if it's a low-scoring affair, if it gets mucked up, I think that probably plays in the Pistons' hands. There was another stat I saw. The Cavs haven't won a game haven't scored 112 points or more. So they have to be the team that obviously is able to get into the hundreds and have their offense kind of lead the way there. So I think if that's how this game sort of plays out, if it looks that way early, I think the Cavs might be in some trouble.
Yeah, that's a great stat. Total of 206.5 too. So maybe if you like the Cavs, you bet the over in the game as well. Spencer, how big is tonight's game for the future of the Cavs? This has obviously been a point in the season. They've struggled to get over the hump at this point in the playoffs in this Donovan Mitchell era. You got the Giannis's of the world out there, the LeBrons of the world potentially out there, the Kawhis. Like, is there a chance we could see a major shakeup in Cleveland potentially this offseason? Would they take a big swing, maybe blow this thing up if they lose this game to the Pistons today?
That is the million-dollar question we're all having here in Cleveland for sure. And I do think if they lose this game, I think all bets are off in terms of what could happen with the team. I will say this. A lot of people use the blow it up phrase. And I guess I when people say that, I guess I kind of want to know like what, and I'm not saying this about you specifically, but when people say blow it up, I want to know like what they mean by that. Because to me, I hear blow it up, but I think like, all right, we're playing for lottery balls next year and starting over. And I just don't think that's in Dan Gilbert's DNA right now with this team. They could not. There's no way that they could have made the trade they made for James Harden, sending the next 10 years worth of Darius Garland, who's obviously, when healthy, a really, really talented player, and it could have been part of their future. There's no way they can send that to LA to get Harden and basically cut your window down and say we got to try to chase the championship for you to just get like 2.5 months, 3 months of James Harden. So to me, I think it means Dan Gilbert probably does something more so like desperate, and that's where I think those names you bring up come to mind. I think that's where Giannis comes into play. That's where I think maybe LeBron comes into play. I've kind of wondered about would Dan Gilbert sign on for, like, would Dan Gilbert, who's always kind of wanted to win without LeBron, would he sign back on and just kind of run to his ex, if you will, and be like, oh, come back and save us, help us win a championship, and do that all over again? Because I think he has a lot of pride, obviously. I don't know if he would do that necessarily, but we'll see. I'm not even convinced LeBron's going to leave L.A. I think he's got a pretty good family situation out there right now. And I know he likes to play the game a little bit, but I don't necessarily think that he would leave at this stage. But I think Giannis 100% is in play. We've heard a lot of the reports and rumors about the Cavs were in on him at the deadline and inquiring. I think you'd have to give up Evan Mobley in that deal. And so the way Evan's played this postseason, he's been really, really good. And I think you've sort of seen him start to make that turn that people have wanted to see from him. So now it's because maybe a tougher question of, like, do you want to give up his future and the future he has with the franchise for Giannis to sort of chase this title? But I think it's probably more likely something like that happens where Dan Gilbert, I think, would try to pull something desperate to chase this title one more time, or maybe a couple more times, depending on what happens with Donovan's contract after this next season. But I think that's certainly in play, and I also think probably the first thing that happens is Kenny Atkinson's probably getting fired, because if fair or unfair, I do think the coach is always the person who ends up the scapegoat when you fall short of your bigger goals, obviously.
Spencer German of 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland is with us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. This segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive and get a fast quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Would definitely make for an interesting dynamic with Jimmy Haslam trading someone to Cleveland, the owner of the Bucks, but also the owner of the Browns, Spencer. And let's pivot in that direction. Just one primetime game on the schedule for the Browns after it was revealed Thursday night. But it's the classic Steelers visit to Cleveland on a Thursday night that has turned out pretty well for the Browns over the last few years.
Yeah, I actually thought that maybe they'd get two, and maybe that was just wishful thinking by me. I know Browns fans, I think, have become so conditioned to the 1 o'clock starts on Sundays that they just love it now. But I still enjoy a good primetime game every now and then. So I thought they might get two simply because there's enough storylines, I think, with this team or with other matchups they have. Kevin Stefanski's return, I thought, was something they could sell as a primetime the Baker Mayfield rematch because that's always a fun one. Baker's always pretty petty about things. I also think you can always sell those AFC North games as primetime matchups. And that Steelers game has always been one that seems to go pretty well. I know they played on Thursday night 2 years ago, and it was that snow globe game in Cleveland where the Browns sort of won and Jameis Winston was starting and did the Snow Angels on the field after all that. So I think that's a fun one and certainly a one that Browns fans are going to be excited about getting at least one primetime game next year. I think the big question obviously is going to be who's starting at quarterback at that point. So that has yet to reveal itself. So we'll see. But overall, not too many surprises with the schedule. I thought the fact that they have like 3 straight games in the middle of the season on the road was interesting. But we know, I think travel-wise, they have like the second least amount of mileage this year. They only go to the central time zone once or twice. And they don't really have to go west at all. So it's a pretty favorable schedule in that regard. But it's going to come down to how quickly these rookies get acclimated to the NFL, who's starting the quarterback, and what Tom Monken is capable of pulling off in his first year as head coach to see how the Browns actually shake out this season.
Spencer, we got about a couple minutes left. I'm a Ravens fan and Chris is a Steelers fan, so I'm interested your answer to this question. But as a Browns guy, who are you happier to see leave the division after both Harbaugh and Tomlin were there for nearly 20 years? From your perspective, and you think Browns fans' perspective, were they happier to see Tomlin get out of the division and retire, or see Harbaugh get out of the division and move on to coach the Giants?
I think the default answer is always anything that has to do with the Steelers.
I swear I didn't hit a button, PJ. We lost Spencer. I swear I had nothing to do with that.
The timing was suspicious, Chris. That was suspicious timing. I don't know. I feel like you got some kind of button back there, getting ready to talk the Steelers.
Grant is in charge of that.
Let's
nothing
cut
to do with
off.
it.
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
I wanted to hear the rest of that answer, but thanks.
I know, me
Spencer.
too. I had a feeling he'd go in that direction. But, I'm always curious because I'm so jaded in the Ravens world. You're out there in Pittsburgh, like a Browns fan's perspective. For 2 guys that have been there nearly 20 years, had a ton of success, I was interested. Well, his thoughts on that.
I don't understand why Browns fans don't hold more hate in their hearts for the city that stole their team out of their hands in the late 90s. If I were a Browns fan, I would hate the Ravens with a passion. And sure, I'd hate the Steelers because they more often than not beat you, and they're right down the road, a couple hours away and all that. But if I were a Browns fan, I would have a whole lot more hate in my heart for the Ravens.
I think it's fair. I think it's so true. I wonder if just the proximity between the 2 cities, Cleveland and Pittsburgh, obviously only being a couple hours, those types of things. And again, the Roethlisberger, as you know, Cleveland hates Roethlisberger, and Flacco goes and plays for the Browns and they love him. Even when he was with the Ravens, they didn't really hate him. So I don't know. I think it's a combination of the players the Steelers have had, the proximity, but you bring up a fair point.
Yeah. Well, I think there's a lot of similarities between the 2 cities too, Pittsburgh and Cleveland, old Rust Belt cities, Yeah. And familiarity breeds contempt. And when you're only 2 hours apart from each other via car, and you kind of look down your nose at the other one in certain aspects, but you're jealous of certain other aspects. Yeah, there's a lot of fair hatred between Pittsburgh and Cleveland. But great stuff from Spencer. We appreciate him joining us to talk about Game 7, more importantly for Cleveland fans tonight, as the Cavs look to hold off the Pistons, that one on the road in Detroit. And we know how the Cavs have played on the road. We'll talk all things NBA with Joel Lorenzi of The Athletic a little bit later in the show, and also our own Western Conference Finals preview as SGA, newly minted back-to-back MVP, and the Thunder get ready for the Spurs tomorrow night, Game 1 as well. Top of the hour, we'll take a look at these international games in the NFL that came out as a part of the schedule this week as well, and the holiday slates, because the NFL has gone out of their way to stack up those holiday games as they continue their takeover of Christmas especially. But coming up next, it shouldn't surprise us that this person said something a little out of pocket, but what he said may actually be worth a serious discussion. And I'm curious what PJ's perspective is on this, especially being an SEC guy. I'll tell you exactly who we're talking about, and we'll tell you what he said next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
PGA final round continues at Aronimink. Alex Smalley will tee off in about 50 minutes or so, right around 2:35. He has a 2-stroke lead over half a dozen golfers in the field, including Hideki Matsuyama, who has had a nice, strong start to his final round. He's at 4 under with a handful of others, including John Rahm, Ludwig Auberg as well. And if you're looking to get in on that final round action, you can get a PGA Championship Boost pack right now inside your BetMGM app. To use the tokens from the pack, add PGA Championship wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with the token, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars, all inside your BetMGM app, as we are well underway in the final round at Aronimink. Everybody chasing for the Wanamaker Trophy. Top of the hour, we will get back into the NFL schedule release from Thursday night and really throughout the week, because those international games are worth talking about, as well as the stacked holiday slates as well. Less than 1 hour from now, we will draft the most painful sports cities to exist in right now. A good old-fashioned BetMGM game day draft, because one city in particular has reached a new level of pain this week. We'll explain it to you coming up around 2:20 Eastern, 11:20 Pacific here on BetMGM Game Day, live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. It shouldn't surprise us, PJ, that Lane Kiffin opened his mouth and soon had to insert his foot, but he did so this week. I think it was Vanity Fair had the article where he was explaining his logic for leaving Ole Miss for LSU, and talked about recruiting kids to Oxford versus now recruiting them to Baton Rouge, saying he would have to have difficult conversations with recruits that would go something along the lines of, hey, coach, I really like you, but my grandparents aren't going to let me move to Oxford, Mississippi. That doesn't come up when you say Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So he said parents were sitting here this weekend saying the campus's diversity, talking about LSU, feels so great. It feels like there's no segregation. Now, this topic is interesting because not only is it Lane Kiffin running his mouth, PJ, but I think you have a unique perspective on it. And just to let folks in on a behind-the-curtain conversation we had, I can't remember if it was last Sunday or a couple weeks ago. My daughter is 17, getting ready to explore going to college and looking at different places. And one of the things she said about looking at Alabama was, yeah, I don't know. It's Alabama. It's Alabama. I don't know if I'd like it there. And I asked you, right? I said, is Tuscaloosa really does it feel like you're in Alabama, to say it like Forrest Gump, right? And your perspective was very different on what people would expect from, say, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Your perspective, I know Oxford is different. Ole Miss is not Alabama. They're two different places, two different schools. With Ole Miss, we're talking about a university that clung very diligently to its Confederate roots for a long time, until just the last decade or so. So does A, it surprise you that Lane Kiffin went this direction? And B, do you think it's overstated by Kiffin, or is it something that you, as someone who grew up in Maryland, right, is it something you thought about when you went to Alabama for school?
Well, first off, nothing that Lane Kiffin says ever surprises me. Whatever direction he goes in, Chris, I don't think anything at this point can ever surprise any of us. But it makes sense for sure. I mean, when I told people, because, I went to high school in Maryland, when I told people that I was going to Alabama, they're like, you're going where? Like, where is that on a map? Chris, I'll never forget the first time when I was at orientation, I was sitting next to a guy, thick Southern drawl accent, right? And I can't remember what his name was, but they were like doing exercise and they're like, oh, get to know the person next to you, right? Like an icebreaker type thing. And I go, oh, hi, I'm PJ. I'm from Maryland. And the guy goes, where's that? And I'm like, what have I done? Where am I that somebody doesn't know where Maryland is on a map? I'm like, do you know where Washington, D.C. is? He's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, I'm about 30 minutes from there. I'm not too far. He's like, oh, okay. And I was like, thank God, Chris, that was the only experience I've ever had where that specific person didn't know where Maryland was. It was just funny that was like one of the first people I ever met when I went down there. So the thing about the SEC schools now is they become so popular because of football. The campuses themselves don't feel like you're in these towns. When you think of Alabama, the surrounding parts around Tuscaloosa are what you think of. But Tuscaloosa itself, you forget that you're there. I've never been to Oxford. I wish I have so that I could kind of speak on the difference between Oxford and Baton Rouge. But like, to be honest with you, Chris, like Baton Rouge is nothing, I mean, the campus is okay. You're 45 minutes from New Orleans, which is appealing. But if Starkville, Mississippi is anything like Oxford, Mississippi, then I can relate to what he's saying, because Starkville, Chris, is exactly what you're picturing. There is nothing there at all. I would assume Oxford is kind of similar. I know you got the Grove there and some things as well. But I'm sure the pedigree of LSU, the fact that, Baton Rouge is the state capital, they have more things going for it, that definitely does make a difference.
Still, we're comparing, and I say this as someone who has a large contingent of family that was, grew up in Louisiana and are dyed in the wool LSU fans. We're talking about comparing Louisiana to Mississippi here, Lane. Like, yeah. I get what you're saying about Oxford, Mississippi, and I get that certainly when you're talking to recruits' parents, you probably have to go out of your way to explain, hey, I get it, Mississippi. But Oxford isn't like the rest of the state, And I get that could be maybe an obstacle in some ways, but let's not pretend like Baton Rouge is, honestly, when you get off a campus, that much different than Oxford. I mean, we're still talking about deep South.
1,000%. And with all due respect, Chris, with all due respect to Norman, Oklahoma, it's not like when Lincoln Riley went from OU to LA to coach USC, right? Like it's not one of those. Yes, exactly.
That's next level culture shock. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, big time.
We'll get back into the NBA, specifically the offseason. Of course, a massive Game 7 tonight. Joel Lorenzi of The Athletic will join us in the final hour of the show. But coming up next, the international slate, maybe not that appealing. The holiday slate, very good. How did the NFL arrange those? That's next.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
All right, then, Hideki Matsuyama, a really strong start to his final round, within 2 shots of the lead now. There are now 7 golfers at 4 under, getting ready for Alex Smalley to tee off in about 35 minutes in the final round of the PGA Championship at Aronimink. Scotty Scheffler just birdied 9, but still 4 strokes back. And not sure if he's going to make a move on the back 9 or not that could get him in contention. We'll keep you up to date, obviously, throughout the afternoon here on BetMGM Game Day. Alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack here on Westwood One Sports, always live inside the Westwood One Sports app, your Odyssey app as well, and across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. Before 3 Eastern, noon Pacific, we will preview Spurs, Thunder. SGA are going to be officially announced as NBA MVP. Shams Charania reporting right before the show started this morning. And in 20 minutes, the most painful sports cities, as one town in particular. It's not one town. I don't want to blow the tease, though. One set of fans in particular have been in a way, and it only got worse this week. We'll dive into week 1 of the NFL schedule 1 hour from now as well. But as for the schedule reveal, the international games happened throughout the week, right, PJ? So we knew the Melbourne-Australia game, for example, was going to be week 1 between the Niners and the Rams for a while now. We found out the competitors for the Rio game, found out it was going to be the Ravens playing the Cowboys, the London games, Paris, Madrid, Munich, Mexico City. I will say this, I know they go out of their way to try and make the international games a fun event, and it's all about the NFL becoming more global. This might be the most underwhelming slate of international games we've had to date, and this is part of the problem where as you expand the international slate, and we know Roger Goodell desperately wants to have 16 international games at some point with everybody going overseas at least once a year, part of the problem is you're going to end up with some duds sometimes. And the Steelers have a really strong international fan base, but Steelers, Saints in Paris, I don't know if that one's lighting anybody up. Bengals, Falcons, week 9 in Madrid, Spain, I don't know. There's a couple of these that just really don't hit in particular for me, and I thought the international slate pretty underwhelming.
Yeah, I thought it was okay. There's certainly some duds in there. I wonder with the last few years, now that we've seen so many of these international games, that, Chris, it's usually just bad football. Like, can you ever remember there being an instant classic with an international game,
No.
And I think that's the point. So with how great the holiday slate is with Thanksgiving and Christmas this year, we talked about the Monday night slate feels as good as it's been in a while. I think the Thursday night slate feels as good as it's been maybe since they've started doing that. Sunday night's always going to be good. This is where they kind of saw their opportunity to maybe have some strong games, especially early in the season. I mean, look, Niners-Rams is big-time matchup. Ravens-Cowboys should be really good. And then now that the Jaguars are a good team, I mean, their game against the Eagles and Texans should both be solid too. But with how good the Eagles and the Texans defenses are, and those games being played in London, even though the Jags are used to making that trip, those games are probably going to be ugly. The Rams and the Niners, even though on paper that game should be awesome, playing on a cricket ground, what's the footing going to look like? And then they went to Brazil a couple years ago when the Eagles were out there, and all they complained about was how bad the footing was. So please, Lamar, I hope Lamar doesn't even play in that game, if I'm being honest. Like, protect your ACLs, please. We don't need any of that. I joke kiddingly, of course, a little bit. But yeah, that's not great. So I think, some of these matchups are good, some aren't, but I think that's the biggest issue, Chris, we have with these international matchups, even in years past, where on paper you're like, man, that should be a really good game. It ends up being like a 17-14 final because these international games just more often than not are defensive struggles.
The other thing, too, that happens is, and you see this with multiple teams this year, it used to be a guarantee that you would get a bye coming off the international game just because of the trip back home and everything that goes into it. And that's not a guarantee anymore. I think the Commanders, who we talked with Ben Standig about an hour and a half ago or so, they have a couple of games following their trip to London to play the Colts before they get their bye. I know, for instance, the Steelers, they don't get a bye off of their international game against the Saints. And I'm sure there are others that don't necessarily have that bye right off the international trip. And it has a trickle-down effect. It does. I'm sorry. A team does all that travel, whether it's an East Coast team traveling out west to play the Niners or the Rams or whoever, and then coming back east, the amount of travel for some of these teams and the fact that you don't get a bye immediately off of a long travel week impacts the play probably just as much as a bad surface in Rio or having to, spend 2 weeks overseas or out of town, whatever it may be. And it does. It impacts the quality of the game.
I'm very interested to see how the Niners and Rams respond after that Australia trip. Yes, it's week 1. Yeah. They'll have the long layoff. They'll get out there early. They'll get acclimated to the time change and those sorts of things. But, Chris, that game's going to wrap up. I mean, they're not going to get back to California, both of them, until probably like Saturday morning their time or maybe late Friday night. And then you're going to be watching all this film on the plane. And I think their body clock's going to be off for a couple days. So they could be sluggish going into their week 2 matchups, even though they're making it week 1 and they'll have the extra week or the extra couple days to prep for week 2. I mean, that trip is going to be brutal. Brazil isn't a close trip either. That'll be tough. Munich's pretty far away, so some of these games are going to be tricky for some of these teams. But like you said, it's a great point. Usually these teams will go overseas. They kind of always have that bye week the week after. You don't see that being the case anymore.
Now, I will say the Niners and the Rams both get the benefit week 2 of home games. And they both get the benefit of opponents, at least the Niners do. The Niners get the Dolphins in week 2. So maybe a chance to ease back into things. The Rams get a visit from the Giants. So depending on what you think of the Giants, maybe that's a chance to ease back into things. Maybe it isn't. But something to watch for. I think, we've kind of placed that game, I don't want to say off of our radar. Certainly if you're a Niners or Rams fan, you're looking forward to it. But we've kind of placed that game sort of out on this island. And like you said, there's a little bit of extra time to get back home and readjust, but it really isn't. Technically, they're going to be playing on Thursday morning in Australia. And like you said, by the time they wrap things up and travel back, it's late Friday night, and you're almost going to come back and be on the same clock you would be for like a European game, except the travel goes in a different direction. So there will be some bounce back for both teams in that one. The one thing is, and we mentioned this earlier, the holiday slates are stacked. Thanksgiving weekend alone, not just Thanksgiving proper, but Packers Rams on Thanksgiving Eve, which I know a lot of people have complained about. Oh, it's a Wednesday night. They're going to play every day of the week. Yeah, someday they might play 5-6 days a week. And this might be an entree to that. But Packers Rams is a hell of a game to keep me home on Thanksgiving Eve. The stacked Thanksgiving slate that we talked about, Bears, Lions, Eagles, Cowboys, Chiefs, Bills, no chance for a Thanksgiving nap on the couch. All 3 of those games should be good. And then Black Friday, Broncos, Steelers, if the Steelers are remaining competitive at that point, and you've got a team that hosted the AFC Championship game last year, that should be a solid matchup as well. And then you talked earlier about Christmas being stacked too.
It's ridiculous. That Thanksgiving slate, we talked about it before the show. Usually there's a game where take a little bit of a nap, maybe a couple quarters or so, or a little dud. You have some family dinner. I don't know. That's going to be the case, especially those final 2 games. Eagles, Cowboys, and Chiefs, Bills are going to be really, really good. So that'll be fantastic. And I love that they're doing this. I've never understood, especially before they took over Christmas, why they just didn't decide to completely dominate Thanksgiving in terms of matchups. They know everybody's going to tune in and watch the games, but you could also have people, keeping the TV on in the background, but not really tuning in. These 3 games, people are going to be locked in. You're going to have people eating dinner on the couches and bringing over the TV trays to watch the games. Yeah. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And again, Chris, these are going to be big matchups. You're talking about 2 divisional games on Thanksgiving Day that could determine who wins those. Chiefs and Bills, if the Chiefs are healthy and back to playing like the Chiefs, could be talking about who's playing for the 1 or 2 seed in the AFC. And, same thing with that Packers-Rams game on Thanksgiving Eve, battling for playoff positioning as well. So just massive matchups. And the fact that these games are either in division or in conference just make them that much bigger.
What's your family's policy? What's the Glasser family policy on Thanksgiving, PJ, on having to sit at the table for Thanksgiving dinner? I've gone through different variations of this. Like growing up, we had a big family Thanksgiving. My aunt and uncle didn't really care if the TV was kind of on in the background of the living room. And I almost wanted to stay at the kiddie table so I could continue to watch games, whereas the adults had to sit in the dining room. Now we're at a point where our Thanksgiving is a little more informal. My sister-in-law and her husband, people will grab a paper plate and go sit down in front of the TV while they eat. What's the Glasser family policy on Thanksgiving dinner with football being played?
So our dining room is connected to the living room. So there's not like a door. There's not any barrier kind of in between the two. So we bring out the long table, and whoever wants to watch the game sits on the side of the table where you can still be a part of dinner, but you can also watch the game in the background while everybody else is on the other side of the table. So it's nice when we're at home and when we can do that. For the most part, though, when we go to other people's houses, all of my relatives or whatever it may be, usually you can watch the game and eat as well. So I'm fortunate where for the most part, anywhere I go, I have a setup where I can watch the game or eat. I would think, though, at the rare occurrence where I would have to choose of like, where's the time where I would probably have to eat and not be able to watch the game? I mean, like most people, it'd probably be right at the end of Bears Lions and right in the beginning of Dallas and Philly, right in kind of that type of window there.
Yeah, second half of the first game, first half of the second game is where you want to fit Thanksgiving dinner in somewhere, if you can. But yeah, it's you got to be in a place where they're cool with it. I mean,
have to.
I have some empathy and some sympathy for those that are in spots. Like I just think back to my dad's parents, my grandparents before they passed. Even though my grandfather was an enormous Dallas Cowboys fan, if somebody had tried to watch the game during Thanksgiving dinner, he would have kicked you out of the dining room and made you sit outside without any food until everyone else was done eating. That's the kind of thing he would have done. Didn't matter if it was the Cowboys.
Oh, it's brutal. Chris, I think you've probably come to appreciate this too. I love using the excuse, it's my job. Somebody gets mad at me like I'm trying to watch the game, stream it at the time. I got to watch these games. There's no way I can't be unprepared talking about the Thanksgiving games and doing this job. You can't do it. So that also does help. I have to say, getting into this career and doing this job, I didn't think that would be like a plausible excuse, but you actually realize like a lot of people buy it because there is a lot of truth to it. So I always love using that. And Thanksgiving is really one of those top tier times when you truly can use that.
So it has actually worked in my favor in an odd way where my wife gets tired of me dominating the living room television with sports all the time, that she has let me install multiple TVs in the basement now to where when she gets fed up and she wants to watch her, Real Housewives or Mormon Wives or Kardashians or whatever she's into, she will just tell me, just go to the basement. You have all the TVs you could possibly want down there. And I will. I'll go down to the basement, sit on the big leather sectional, recline back just a little bit. I got one thing on this screen, one thing on this screen, and I got another TV, which she jokingly calls my girlfriend, that is on wheels that I will pull out from the laundry room and take out to the back patio sometimes or use it as a third screen. And she's okay with it because it's quote unquote work. And I get away with it.
It's the best. It truly is the best. The struggle is real though. I mean, it is true. Because you do kind of feel bad when like you're hogging the TV like that long, and you're like, oh, should I change the channel? Does maybe she want to watch something? Those kinds of things. But that's good compromising right there, Chris. And again, I'm glad you get to use that as a excuse to kind of go down and watch whatever you want.
And it's not like she's going to put something good on, right? Like, How many Mormon wives or Desperate Housewives or whatever it's called, Real Housewives, can you watch? It's all the same, right? You're not missing anything. It's on Hulu. Go upstairs, go watch it, and I'm the man. I get the living room, damn it, until I slink off to the basement. There is greater pain than just trying to find a place to watch a game on Thanksgiving. What if all of your teams are just stuck in a rut, and not just bad, almost worse than bad, can sometimes be getting that close and not getting over the hump? One group of fans is in that spot in particular geographically, and we'll tell you who they are, and we will draft the most painful sports cities right now. Oh, yeah, good old-fashioned BetMGM Game Day draft. Coming up next right here on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Hashtag all caps pain. The most painful cities to be a sports fan right now. In just a second here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser. We'll welcome in executive producer Zach Krull and our board op Grant Leader in just a moment as well, as we will have one of our patented BetMGM Game Day drafts where we are each going to draft the most painful sports cities right now because somebody has gone particularly painful, and I'll tell you who it is in just a second. Keep you up to date on the PGA Championship as well. Alex Smalley going to tee off in less than 15 minutes. And in 1 hour from now, Joel Lorenzi of The Athletic, who covers the entire association, will join us from Oklahoma City, where he's getting ready to cover the Western Conference Finals. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Top of the hour, we'll get back into the NFL schedule as it's now fully revealed to us. There's 1 week in particular that we are locked in on because it actually looks really, really good in comparison to recent years. We'll get into that in just a couple of minutes. But PJ sent us this tweet from PMT Stats yesterday. And this might blow up one pick for somebody in our draft, but it's where we came up with the idea. So we have to, build a frame of reference around this, boys. Minnesota has now got 130 combined seasons without even a championship game appearance. They've gone to the playoffs 57 times in a row without making it to a finals or championship round. The Vikings 17 times. The Wild 15 times. The Timberwolves now 14 times, 10 for the Twins. And it goes so far back we can even lump in the Minnesota North Stars with a playoff appearance without a championship round visit. So, with that being said, let us draft. I threw our names into the old ChatGPT randomizer. We have got a draft order. We'll have 4 rounds. We'll snake back around in each round. Grant will go first. I'll go second. Zach will go third. PJ, you get 4th and 5th pick as we snake back around. Grant, that means you go first overall, my friend. Who is the first overall pick in the BetMGM Game Day Most Painful Sports Cities draft?
So I know you just listed everything to do with Minnesota, how the Timberwolves, Twins, the Vikings, even the North Stars, and the Wild have been inconsistent when it comes to playoffs, but that's low-hanging fruit. So with the first overall pick, I'm not going to go Sam Darnold. I'm going to go Baker Mayfield, if people recognize my little thing right there. I'm going to go the city was synonymous with pain, and that's Cleveland. They've had one championship in over 60 years, and yeah, that championship happened at a 3-1 comeback, and everybody talks about that 3-1 comeback against the Warriors, but you have a team literally leave your city. You have another team that literally has to change their name because of other outside factors. That's just painful. All the merchandise your dad stored, grandfather stored, now has to, be put away. But at the same time, just the pain of losing a franchise to another city and a rival city at that in Baltimore.
Yeah.
I'll just go Cleveland. My number 1 pick is the most synonymous.
They had to be high on everybody's draft board, Grant. I don't think you can go wrong there. Yes, the Cavs title happened in the not too distant past, but still, what else has there been? And yeah, for all the reasons you laid out more, that's a very strong first overall pick. I'm going to jump
LeBron
on this one. Right. Add that to the mix. And like you said, having your football team stolen by a now divisional rival. I'm going to jump on this one because I think if I don't, Zach might jump on it. And I'm going to say New York, but I'm going to be specific about the franchises here because there's a very specific subset of New York sports fans who are Jets fans. They are Mets fans. I'm looking at you, Zach. Islanders fans. And some of them are even Brooklyn Nets fans. So I'm going to jump on New York and that specific subset of New York fandom and say that's my first overall pick because what have you gotten from those 4 teams? And it kind of sets up perfectly that Zach is drafting next.
Wow. Did not expect the first two picks to go like this. I mean, we all know the conversation around New York, right? They haven't won a championship since the Yankees in 2009. A lot of people in the city right now are hoping the Knicks could finally break that drought, but can't argue with it, especially with the way you separated those handful of teams. I got to tell you guys, like, I have to take Minnesota. I can't believe they're still on the board. I was not expecting it when we started, but Chris laid it out for me as soon as we started this segment. I mean, four teams, zero championships of recent memory, and they've had some painful losses. I know that 1998 NFC Championship game loss by the Vikings against the Falcons really still stings a lot of people in Minnesota. I'm also curious to see what the Timberwolves do this offseason because Anthony Edwards, he still has a couple years left on his deal, but there's now a few playoff exits in a row without making the NBA Finals. I'm a big believer in their GM, Tim Connolly. I'm fascinated to see what exactly his next move is to try to put this Timberwolves team over the top.
It's a solid call.
Yeah, I mean, DeBanza fell to 3 for Zach. You know, we had Peterson go 1, Caleb Wilson go 2, and then DeBanza was just there waiting for him at 3. So I'm surprised, too, that lasted that long. All right, so I got 2 back-to-back. I'll go first with a team or a city that only has 2 teams. But, man, have they suffered a lot of pain. It's got to be Buffalo with the Bills and the Sabres. Now, we'll see if the Sabres can win tomorrow night. Maybe they'll shock Carolina and get to a cup final. But the Sabres before this postseason had the longest drought of any of the big 4 major teams. 14 years they hadn't been in the postseason. The Bills, we all know the 4 straight Super Bowl losses, all these devastating losses to the Chiefs the last few years. It just cannot get over the hump. It's good, quite frankly, they only have 2 professional teams because if they had any more, I don't know if the city could take it. I'll go with Buffalo as my first pick at the end of round 4. And then after that, I'll go with Phoenix as my next one, a city that has all 4 where they had all 4 of the major teams. The Coyotes left them, and the Coyotes just were never going to win anything of significance. The Cardinals reached their Super Bowl with Kurt Warner and Larry Fitzgerald. They haven't really gotten very close since. Then you have the Diamondbacks, who, again, have been to a couple World Series here since the 2000, and they did win it in the early 2000s, but more often than not, the D-backs, pretty irrelevant. And then the Suns, they've had some great teams with those Nash and Stoudemire years, and now recently with the Durant and Booker years, but you just could never get over the hump and win a title. So I'll go with Phoenix as my next pick, Phoenix and Buffalo.
That feels like a can't miss, just because, like you said, so close, yet so far. And if you're one of the few hockey fans in the desert, your team doesn't even stick around. They're terrible for years, and then they leave. Yep. All right.
Yeah.
Zach, you took the easy one. You took the gimme with Minnesota. Who's your second pick?
Okay, first of all, I just wanted to say shout out to PJ. Those are 2 great picks. Literally the next 2 teams on my board. And since I went with the obvious pick with Minnesota, I had to think a little bit about my next pick, but I think I landed on a good one. And the reason why I think this city is unique but qualifies is because they only have 1 team, but this team just provides you with pain. Like they haven't had a deep playoff run in about 2 decades, but I'm going to have to go with Sacramento. I mean, if you root for the Kings, what joy have they given you at all? They made the playoffs a couple of years ago, and they lost in Game 7 against the Warriors at home, and now they're back to being the Kings. Just irrelevant. I know they only have 1 team, but I think this is a sleeper pick that I'll take at number 2.
I think it's a good take too when you consider that there's probably a good number of fans in Sacramento. They're like Raiders fans. Hasn't turned out well for them. There's probably a good number. I mean, your baseball team right now isn't even really your baseball team. I mean, so there's that. What am I forgetting? I don't know. There are a lot of hockey fans in Sacramento. Probably not, but if they are, I mean, the Sharks, other than 1 trip to the Cup final a while back, haven't done much. So that's a solid pick. I think that's a good move by you. Going with a 1-team city who has done nothing is a solid move. I'm going to go with another big city, one of the biggest metro areas in the country. I mean, if you are a Bears fan, I understand you've got some things to look forward to, right? Like Caleb Williams looks like he's going to be one of those dudes, but the Blackhawks have been on hard times for a while now. The Bulls, I mean, since the Jordan era, I mean, okay, a couple Derrick Rose years maybe. And then if you're a White Sox fan, if this is specific to the south side of Chicago, then you really are in a world of pain. You haven't won anything since what? The White Sox World Series, which is bordering on almost 20 years ago now. So I'm going to go with Chicago. Granted, you may be a Cubs fan, and Wrigley's awesome, and the Cubs are very good this year so far, and you've got the breaking of the curse a few years back. But I'll go with Chicago number 2.
I think that's a good pick. I had them written down. You did have the Cubs World Series, which is going to last people a long, long time. But again, that was back in 2016. I mean, we're a decade removed from that. So, people are starting to get a little tiresome. The Bulls have been so bad ever since those Jordan eras. And the Bears, like you said, it looks like Ben Johnson has that thing rolling in the right direction. But I had Chicago written down. I think that's a solid pick.
All right, Grant, you get 2 picks here. What do you got in our BetMGM Game Day most painful sports cities draft?
I will say Chicago's on the up and up. I'll just say that. There was a time post-COVID where they were really struggling. Like the Bears were getting back-to-back number 1 overall picks. Cubs weren't doing much. White Sox sucked. Blackhawks have sucked since they won the Cups too. So, yes, there was a time. But we're on the upward trajectory. My first pick on the back-to-back ones, I'm going to go with Dallas. And I know that they have a lot of championships per se when you go back and look at it. But if you look at the recent memory, and we've been doing that for a lot of these cities now, it's just the Rangers in 2023. Like, I went to college with a lot of guys who were Cowboys fans who never saw them play in the Super Bowl. Like, that was 1995 was the last time they were in the Super Bowl. And I'm 28 years old. So, like, you can do the math right there. And then we talk about, I mean, Chris, you know how bad the Stars have choked in the playoffs, and they can't even get to the Stanley Cup final. And 2001 was when they won it last time? That was a long time ago as well. The Rangers, they had that time in 2023, haven't done anything since. And then also the Mavericks with Luka Doncic trading to the Lakers. How painful is that? That's probably the worst trade in NBA history, and that's got to be the most painful trade a fan base has ever had to endure. And then for my second pick, and then my second pick, I'm going a little bit like not with the norm. I'm going to go with the Carolinas in general, Charlotte. Panthers losing to Tom Brady and Peyton Manning in a Super Bowl. Hurricanes can't get over the hump, except maybe this year they can. The real team that only kind of people like kind of are motivated around and don't have pain is UNC. But that was Roy Williams back in 2017. So I'm going to say the Carolinas have had a lot of pain as well.
That's a good call.
Yeah,
I can get, depending on how the Hurricanes handle the next few weeks. That's still a solid pick there, Grant. Comes back around to me for my third pick, and I hate to do this to PJ, but I'm going to do it. Washington, the Wizards. I know you just won the lottery. It feels like everything is coming up in the positive direction, but let's pump the brakes. You had one good year with Jaden Daniels, nothing but hurt last year. Commanders. I mean, that organization was a train wreck for 20 years. The Nats, I understand, have a World Series in the last decade, but it feels almost like this distant mirage, like it's this foggy memory, and on both sides are just the Nats trying to find their way. And then, you have a Cap Stanley Cup win as well in the last decade, but Ovi's nearing the end. Don't know what that's going to look like post-Ovechkin, so I'm going to throw Washington, D.C. in there as my third pick. Zach, what do you have? You started strong with Minnesota and Sacramento.
Yeah, not a lot of obvious picks left, so I'm going to continue staying a little bit off the board with a city that has one team. This city has never seen a championship, and I just thought of them because I just feel bad for their fans. I'm going to have to go with San Diego. Like, to me, one of the biggest tragedies in all of sports is that the Chargers don't play in San Diego. Seeing them play at SoFi and just opposing fan bases take over their stadium week after week after week is depressing, especially when, if you remember, like the Chargers used to have a pretty big home field advantage at Qualcomm. The 2006 AFC divisional round game against the Patriots is one of the first big playoff football games I remember. And I thought they were the better team in that game. They should have won it. And maybe if they do win, they're still in San Diego. They had an NBA team. The Clippers actually used to be in San Diego. They left. The Padres have never won a World Series. San Diego State basketball made the national championship game a couple of years ago. They lost to UConn. Give me San Diego. Poor city has still never seen a single championship.
That's crazy. And for them to not have a football team is just ridiculous too.
Crazy.
PJ, you get back to back. You get the snake picks here.
All right, my next pick, I'm going to go with Atlanta. Even though the Braves have been a model of success, I think the fact that with that starting rotation of Smoltz, Maddox, and Glavine, they could only win one. And then with this new era, when they won the World Series, and it looks like, I mean, they're going to be the team. They were going to be what the Dodgers have been. They've really struggled to kind of get back to that with how the whole Freddie Freeman thing worked out and losing him, and then he goes to the Dodgers, just an extra kick in the gut. That was tough. So the Braves, even though they've definitely been the most consistent team in Atlanta, they've had their hardship. The Falcons, I mean, all you need to say is 28-3, and everybody knows what you're talking about. You're talking about probably the most devastating, or certainly one of the top 3 Super Bowl losses ever, and the Falcons really haven't had a bunch of success. And then the Hawks, just a team that's not really a free agent destination. They have some good years, and they back it up with a lot of bad years. And another city, much like Phoenix, is on my list, where they lost their hockey team. Shout out to the Thrashers, who haven't been relevant in a long, long time. So I'm going to put Atlanta on the list at number 3. And then my final pick is a tough one. I got a couple cities written down, could go in a lot of different ways. I'm going to go with Milwaukee, though, because the Brewers have had a lot of solid teams, can never get over the hump. The Packers, only getting one Super Bowl out of Aaron Rodgers in his prime, I feel like is a huge missed opportunity. And I think a lot of cities, like, I'm going through this with Baltimore. When you have an all-time quarterback and every year, you know, just about you're getting the playoffs, at a certain point when your team just can never get over the hump and win more championships than you feel like they should, it's just brutal. And I'm sure Packers fans feel that way. Only getting the one out of Rodgers is just really tough. And then you got the Bucks. Yeah, you got the title out of Giannis, but how that thing has worked out the last few years and this back and forth of, is he staying? Is he going? It doesn't feel like they're going to be good for a while. I'll put Milwaukee as my final team, or as my final.
That's low key a really solid pick when you outline it that way. Zach, you've had a strong start to this draft. Minnesota, Sacramento, San Diego. How are you going to finish up?
Man, this is tough. I feel like there are a lot of really good options. You know what? I'm just going to stay creative. And this is a city that doesn't even have a pro sports team. But one of the most crazy facts to me in all of sports is the fact that Oregon football still hasn't won a national championship. Like, people make fun of them because of the logo at their midfield is the O, but it says 0 for 0 national championships. So I'm going to go with Eugene, Oregon as my last city. Phil Knight backing them. Win a national championship. Come on now. It's time.
Yeah, plus, you know, you could almost call the entire state of Oregon, right? What have the Blazers done in the last 25 years? So that's, if you're in Portland, Eugene, anywhere in Oregon, maybe that's a good call. Although I guess you might be a Seahawks fan too. I don't know. We're not gonna split hairs here. It's a decent pick for your final round pick. I've gone all big cities to this point, and I'm gonna go with something that hits very close to the heart with my last pick. I know there have been a lot of championships won in the city of Pittsburgh. 6 Super Bowl titles, right? 5 Stanley Cups, and they've all come in the last 35 years or whatever. 5 World Series titles, but the last one, may I remind you, was nearly 50 years ago. Pittsburgh, where we call it the city of champions, but we haven't won a championship since 2018. That's almost a decade now. The Steelers haven't even won a playoff game in that long, let alone a championship. The Pirates, who look admittedly a little bit better this year, it helps on a day like today where you have Paul Skeens pitching, but are still the Pirates in a perpetual laughingstock outside of the most beautiful ballpark in America. And Sidney Crosby is now 40. So, you know, or he will be in 3 months anyway. The point remains, Pittsburgh, city of champions, hasn't actually won a championship in nearly a decade. So I'll take Pittsburgh with my last pick. Grant?
I was debating on another big city that's had a lot of rough goes for the past 50 years and go Detroit, but actually I'm going to lean towards Cincinnati. The reason why, I was looking this up, the Reds haven't won anything since 1990, which is when they won the World Series, and they haven't won a playoff series since 1995. That's a long time to be suffering as a Reds fan. It's not as bad as like having Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout on your team and not winning a playoff series. But besides the fact, the Bengals, they had the longest drought in recent memory for not winning a playoff game in consecutive seasons. Continuously go to the Super Bowl and lose it, not have a championship there. And then the ownership, the last team to have an outdoor stadium, an indoor practice facility, just shows the amount of money that the franchise is willing to give into there. And they recently did it with, T. Higgins and Chase, but at the same time, you have fledgling ownership, you have a team that doesn't win in Cincinnati, and you're getting made fun of Skyline Chili, which is your go-to number one tourist attraction all the time, and everybody just hates it. So Cincinnati is my last pick to round it out.
That was a solid one to wrap things up, I think, Grant. So there they are on the screen if you're watching on YouTube. The most painful sports cities. We'll throw it up on social maybe later and see if you guys want to draft or not draft, select who had the best draft. Solid work by everybody, though. Another BetMGM game day draft in the books with the most painful sports cities, as Minnesota has really gotten extra painful with the T-Wolves being eliminated the other night. Speaking of the NBA Western Conference, we're getting exactly what we thought we were going to get the whole time. We're getting Thunder. We're getting Spurs, SGA, Wemby. We preview that series next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM. lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Had a feeling this might happen, but you got people moving to within shouting distance of Alex Smalley at the top of the PGA Championship leaderboard as his final round is just underway. He's now got, I think, a full 6 or 7 guys within 2 strokes of that 6-under lead, PJ, out at Aronimink as we are not nearing the end of the final round, but we are well towards the end of the final round. Justin Thomas, Ludwig Aberg, Aaron Wright, John Rahm, all within a stroke. Then you got a group at 4 under, Cam Smith, Joaquin Niemann, Rory McIlroy. So we'll keep an eye on that as we progress towards the finish of the final round of the PGA Championship. Coming up in about a half hour, Joel Lorenzi, who covers the NBA for The Athletic, will join us to preview what's left of the NBA playoffs. We'll find out what he thinks about Game 7 tonight in Detroit between the Cavs and the Pistons, and also look ahead to the Western Conference Finals, which start tomorrow in OKC. That's where Joel is. Somebody set off an alarm. Paul Skeens has given up multiple runs to the Phillies, so Pirates trying to avoid being swept by the Phils in Pittsburgh. The sound of the bat hitting the baseball, also the sound of a reward being dropped into your account at BetMGM. You can take a swing each day in our free-to-play game, and if you get a hit, you'll score a reward depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or homer. Get in on all the fun and the action, exclusively available at BetMGM and inside your BetMGM app. Mentioned the Western Conference Finals getting underway tomorrow night, PJ. This is what we expected, this is what we wanted, and this is what we're getting. Spurs, Thunder, and one that feels like it will be the first chapter of many meetings between these two in this situation over the next half decade or so, at least.
Yeah, Chris, it certainly feels like the Western Conference Final in the NBA was how a bunch of us felt about the NFC Championship game in the NFL this past year, where winner Rams Seahawks would win the Super Bowl, and it kind of feels like the winner of Spurs Thunder. Now, if the Spurs go up against the Knicks, I certainly think that's a more interesting series. I would not like the Knicks against the Thunder. I think there is a chance that they could beat the Spurs. But like you said, this is what we wanted to see. San Antonio beat them 4 or 5 times in the regular season, and they might have the best player on the floor. I know SGA just won back-to-back MVPs, but Wemby is pretty good. What I think helps the San Antonio team, Chris, as well, going into this series against the Thunder, they've experienced a little adversity so far this postseason. You know, you're down against the Blazers, or the series is tied against Portland 1-1. Wemby's out game 3. You're down by double digits going into the second half. You rally to win that game, take control of the series. You lose game 1 at home against Minnesota. That series tied 2-2. You blow them out in games 5 and game 6. So the Spurs have responded. They weren't looking ahead to the series against OKC, and now they finally get the Thunder. I think probably the bet for me, Chris, in this game or in this series is the way that I would bet, instead of laying like minus 260 with the Thunder, or instead of taking the Spurs at plus 210, I think the Thunder are going to win this series. So I would either take the winner of game 1 and parlay that with the Thunder to win the series. So if you like OKC to win game 1 and win the series, they're minus 140 if you take that bet. Whereas the Spurs to win game 1 and the Thunder to win the series are plus 500. I think that's the way that I would go about it. I think it feels like Thunder in 6 to me. Competitive series, really good basketball, 2 great defensive teams, but I do like OKC to pull it out.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I mentioned this before you hopped on this morning, PJ. I'm very curious amongst these teams who pulled off sweeps to get to the conference finals, and that's applicable to both the Carolina Hurricanes in the Stanley Cup playoffs as well as the Knicks and the Thunder in the NBA. You know, how much rust is there that needs to be worked through, and how long does it take to work through that rust? The Thunder are stacked. They're the most talented and deep team in the NBA, but it's still going to take, I would think, at least a few trips up and down the floor to shake off some of that rust. You've got a Spurs team that comes off a pretty competitive series against the Timberwolves for finishing them off in 6. Does that help the Spurs? And if they win game 1, but yet the Thunder find themselves and win the series. That's a great bet. I actually love that. Parlaying Spurs to win game 1, but Thunder to win the series. We'll talk to Joel Lorenzi to preview that series live from OKC in about 25 minutes. NFL Week 1 schedule looks good. We break it down next.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
20 minutes from now, we talk not just Game 7 tonight in Detroit between the Pistons and the Cavs, not just the Western Conference Finals getting started tomorrow in OKC between the Spurs and the Thunder, but also what should be a very interesting offseason in the NBA. We'll talk about all of it with Joel Lorenzi of The Athletic, who covers the entire association and has just landed in Oklahoma City to cover that series for The Athletic. We'll keep you up to date in the final hour of the show here as well on what's happening at Aronimink in the final round of the PGA Championship alongside PJ Glasser. I'm Chris Mack here on Westwood One Sports. It is BetMGM Game Day with you, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern. Every single Sunday, we have got you covered on every single thing going on in the world of sports, including Paul Skeens running into just a little bit of trouble by Paul Skeens measures today. A Bryce Harper solo shot in the top of the sixth has the Phillies up 3-0 on the Pirates and looking to sweep that rivalry weekend series, which isn't really much of a rivalry, PJ, but that aside, the Pirates look like a team that has definitely taken a few strides forward this year while also looking like they're ready to maybe start to hit a skid. This would, like I said, be a sweep at the hands of the Phillies. And the Phillies, conversely, look like a team that's starting to find themselves over the last few weeks. I don't know if there's any way they catch the Braves in that NL East, but they certainly don't look as bad as they did before the firing of Robbie Thompson.
You know, it'd be so funny, Don Mattingly, who his entire baseball life has tried to win a World Series, and he was on the Blue Jays staff last year, comes as close as you can as they can't beat the Dodgers, and now here he is on the Phillies staff, and Rob Thompson starts the year as manager. He takes over, and all of a sudden the Phillies look like the team a lot of people thought they would coming into the season. Wouldn't it just be so baseball if this is how he ends up getting his potential World Series? I agree with you that I don't think they're going to catch Atlanta, but certainly alive to win the wild card with how the NL Central has gone the last couple of weeks for the Pirates and the Reds and those teams coming back down to life. St. Louis, I don't think they can continue this. I feel like I've been saying that the last 3 weeks, though, and they just keep winning games. The Cardinals are being cardinally, as you like to say, Chris. So, yeah, man, the Phillies, it's been unbelievable last couple weeks for them.
I feel like, have you watched Breaking Bad, PJ?
It's so funny you say that. I'm actually rewatching it right now. I watched it in college. Been 10 years. I got about 10 episodes left. So Chris, I just watched a really good episode, man. That show it is so good. Oh man, so good.
Every episode is good. But every time I see the Cardinals, especially in a year where people talk about, oh, they're going to take a step back, oh, they're going to finish last, etc. I am Jesse Pinkman screaming at the ceiling, he can't keep getting away with this. That's how I feel about the St. Louis Cardinals constantly. Yep. Since I was a child, I've felt that way about the bleeping Cardinals, since they were NL East rivals with my Pirates, since they've dominated them for the last quarter century in the NL Central. I am Jesse Pinkman. They can't keep getting away with this, but they are. Back to Aronimink real quick before we dive into the Week 1 NFL schedule, because I think it's a good one. John Rahm has birdied each of the first 2 holes and is now co-leader with Alex Smalley at 6 under. We'll keep you up to date on that throughout the final hour of the show, as I mentioned. But the Week 1 schedule, PJ, we've talked about the international slate, the holiday games, some of our biggest takeaways about where games landed on the schedule. The Week 1 schedule is actually really good. There's only one game that has more than a touchdown spread on it. You mentioned it earlier when we were talking about survivor options in Week 1. The Cardinals, I think, are 10.5-point dogs to the Chargers in Week 1. But there are a lot of really good games. Obviously, the opener between the Patriots and the Seahawks is interesting for a multitude of reasons. The Australia game between the Niners and Rams, a division rivalry game. Bears-Panthers, a couple of playoff teams from last year. Say what you will about the Panthers and Bryce Young. Browns-Jags. I think, do the Jags is 7.5-point favorites in that game. Do they look like the Jags should look, which is get off to a fast start, a hot start, against a Browns team that shouldn't be much of anything this year? Bucks Bengals, Ravens Colts, Falcons Steelers, Bills Texans, Jets Titans. Okay, whatever. You got to have a clunker in there somewhere, I guess. But Saints Lions, we already mentioned Cardinals Chargers, Dolphins Raiders. Okay, that's maybe a clunker as well, but interesting for different reasons. Commanders Eagles, Packers Vikings, Cowboys Giants, Broncos Chiefs. This is a really strong week 1 slate, PJ. Aside from that survivor play that you mentioned with the Chargers over the Cardinals, where do your eyes go first?
You know, I actually think the Bears-Panthers game is super intriguing because of how great Carolina was at home last year as an underdog. They were terrific. They beat a number of teams as big dogs, and they nearly upset the Rams in the playoffs. Bryce Young, for whatever reason, when he plays at Bank of America Stadium, he's great. Goes on the road, he's terrible. He's kind of like the Cleveland Cavs of the postseason, is Bryce Young. And the Bears, after a terrific year last year, what they look like in week 1, very intrigued by that. Also, the Washington-Philly game, Chris, I think is an interesting one because the Commanders always play the Eagles tough in one game every year, and they usually upset them in one game every year. And maybe in week 1, Daniel's back, new offensive coordinator, and David Blau, as we were talking about with Ben Standig, a lot of unpredictability. I think Washington at Philly is an interesting game as well. So those two, I think, are very sneaky, and I could see myself betting both of the dogs in those games.
Yeah, Bills Texans is fascinating to me because it feels like since Bobby Slowick left Houston, CJ Stroud his growth curve, which was exponential at first, has completely flattened. And now we're left wondering, is he actually going to be the dude that we thought he was capable of being when he came out? His rookie year was phenomenal, and it's kind of stalled out since then. And you get a home game against a team in the Bills that still has a bunch to prove, that a rookie head coach, right? Joe Brady, not a rookie to Buffalo, knows everybody there, knows the system, obviously, being the OC, but now he's in charge of the whole thing. And that one to me is fascinating. I also think Bucks Bengals is low-key a really interesting game. Baker Mayfield, familiar with playing in Cincinnati from his years with the Browns. The Bucks, though, coming off a disappointing end of the season last year. And the Bengals, for their sake and their fans' sake, hopefully healthy. See if Joe Burrow can get through camp in the first few snaps of this game unscathed. They've done as much work as they've tried to do with the offensive line over the last couple of off seasons. Some work on the defensive side of the ball this offseason as well. I think that's a really interesting one to me from the perspective of, can these two teams get their bleep together? Because like I said, the Bucks coming off of last season and the Bengals just trying to finally put it all together. Zach Taylor's in a spot where he has to put it together and be a playoff team this year. I don't think you can lose a home opener and feel good about things if you're him.
I like that one. I think that game is going to be really intriguing. What's funny about that game, Chris, is the total's already gotten bet up from 48.5 to 50.5. Yeah. So people ain't wasting any time for that game. Also, Monday night, interesting game as well. We're all focused on what's going to happen with Mahomes and his availability for Kansas City. Are we like 100% sure that Bo Nix is going to be okay for that game? I know all the reports are he should be back by training camp and ready to play. Let's keep him. I mean, he tore his ACL in the AFC Championship game. Like, he's got, as if you're talking about in the NFL season outside of the Super Bowl, I mean, that's the farthest point in the season. I think he's going to be out there. I think he's going to be okay. But this is a guy that relies a lot on his mobility and scrambling. Kansas City losing to Denver twice last year. I think that's going to be a fun game to kick off the season on Monday night. But I'm just not 100% sold on the health and the availability of Bo Nix. I think we're also focused on Mahomes leading up to that game. And you got to keep in mind, he's probably not going to play in any preseason games because why would he? Why would you risk the injury coming out in your first game? Both of those guys potentially with all that rust. I think very intriguing game to kick off the season. And then just, being a sicko, Chris, like this is the only game all year that the Raiders are going to be a favorite. How do they handle being a 3-point favorite against Miami? I think is awesome. And Tennessee, same thing, 3-point favorite against the Jets. I kind of have a feeling I'm going to be taking the Jets in week 1. I don't know about you. I haven't heard anybody make the case for the Jets so far. All I hear is how high there are in Tennessee, solid revenge game. They're at home. And I get it. I understand all these points. I like Tennessee a lot too. I think they got maybe an outside shot to win that division. We get a couple games like this every year on the NFL slate where it just feels like everybody's on the same side and everybody's reasoning is the same side. And I caution people, a mistake that I've made in the past, week 1, you got to treat it as its own separate thing. A lot of times, Chris, people like to bet teams in week 1 that they project to be good for the season. And that's not necessarily the case. Did we not see the Raiders beat the Patriots last year and then wind up with the number 1 pick? You know what I mean? Happens all the time. So many people think that, because this team's going to be bad or this team's going to be good, I got to bet them or fade them in week 1. And I think a lot of people are doing that in that Jets-Titans game. So New York with that defense and, Geno Smith, again, he won week 1 last year. Maybe he can pull a rabbit out of his hat and do it again. I have a feeling I'm in no rush to bet it because I think a lot of money is going to come in on Tennessee. They could close 3.5, 4-point dog, but feels like of all the games on the board, that is the one the most consistently where I feel like a lot of people, they love the Titans and they also love Dallas against the Giants laying 2.5.
So I understand your logic and your reasoning, and I think that's a really good point to throw out there. Hey, don't let your feelings about a season as a whole affect how you're going to bet a game in week 1 of the season in particular. But I just look at the Jets and I see another year of just a mess and a coach fighting for his life. And sometimes that's a good thing, right? Like it helps a guy focus and get everything together and everybody pulling in the same direction. I look at the Titans and I do see, yes, a team that I believe in this year could be on the edge of the playoff, the fringe of the playoff discussion. I think we're going to see leaps and bounds by Cam Ward anyway. If you watched him in the second half of last year, you saw that at times. So I would actually, as long as it stays within 3, it's 2.5 right now, I would still stand firmly on the Titans winning week 1 at home against the Jets. The one I would caution people to keep an eye out for all the same reasons you just mentioned about the Titans and Jets in week 1, the Saints and Lions is still within 7 points. Well, I shouldn't say still. It's mid-May. But it comes out at 6.5. And there's been a lot of people talking up the Saints, right? There's a lot of people that like what they saw from Tyler Shuck, similar to what we saw from Cam Ward in the second half of last year. They're going, keep an eye out for the Saints. The Saints could be sneaky. If you can get that inside 7, and I think there are still some 6.5s out there as other places have posted it at 7, I would take the Lions laying 6.5 because I think the Lions, after a rough year last year, bounce back. They get a home opener, and I think they just smash the Saints in week 1 and remind all of us that even though Tyler Shuck may have improved down the stretch last year, the Saints are still the Saints, and the Lions are still the Lions. And so I would bet that one, and I would say be careful what everyone's saying about the Saints coming into this year and using that as a reason to believe that they keep it close with the Lions in week 1.
It's a good one. That's a good one. I do think that New Orleans is going to be a popular pick, especially at that +7. I'm probably staying away from that game. Also, the Falcons going up against your Steelers in week 1. Can we get a sports book to set a team total turnovers for Atlanta in that game? Because I just want to bet the over. I mean, Michael Penix walking into that stadium with the Steeler voodoo turnover magic. I know Tomlin's not on the sideline anymore, and maybe that has something to do with it. That just feels like Penix having 3 fumbles, 2 interceptions. They're going to move the ball up and down the field, and then it's just going to be a disaster. I just feel like I know exactly how that game is going to go. You got the perfect quarterback on the road in Pittsburgh. So I would love it if we could get like turnover props in that game because I'm all ready to bet the overs on Atlanta in that game.
Set an alert, PJ. Keep
Yep,
checking
yep.
back. Make sure you
I'm
snag
ready.
that as soon as it gets posted.
I'm ready.
I'll be curious to see if it is Penix. Like, is there a back and forth between Penix and Tua?
Sure.
Does one of them, does Penix get dinged up in camp or the preseason? If so, how quick are they to go to Tua? I think that could just be a very messy situation at quarterback for Atlanta this year. And the Steelers defense, as old as it has gotten, is not one that you still want to go into, like you said, on the road. Not quite sure about the quarterback. It could get messy for whoever the quarterback is, whether it's Penix or Tua. But the week one slate, I'll say they avoided a lot of clunkers, and even the ones that would be considered clunkers, I think could be interesting clunkers. Like you said, Dolphins, Raiders, even Saints, Lions. And what was the other one that we mentioned?
Arizona, Chargers.
Oh,
maybe
Arizona
Carson
Chargers.
Beck just goes. Maybe he just goes nuts, right? Maybe he comes out in week one, and we're like, oh wow, maybe Jesse Minter's gone, right? New defense. Maybe they're still figuring some things out, and he just goes crazy.
I'm a Beck believer, and I don't even know if I can get there on that one, PJ, but I appreciate the optimism. Coming up, we will dive back into Game 7 tonight in Detroit between the Cavs and the Pistons. Game 1 tomorrow in the Western Conference Finals between the Spurs and the Thunder, conveniently enough, where Joel Lorenzi of The Athletic has just landed in Oklahoma City. We'll talk to him about that Thunder-Spurs series, Game 7 tonight, and of course, everything to look for in the NBA offseason once it really gets going. That's next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, if you want to try again, just keep me updated in the chat.
Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Hoping to get a hold of our guy Joel Lorenzi at The Athletic, who was supposed to be landing in OKC, but might still be in transit. If we're able to get him, we're going to talk to him about not just the Western Conference Finals that get started in Oklahoma City tomorrow between the Spurs and the Thunder, but also Game 7 tonight in Detroit between the Cavs and the Pistons. Someone's moving on to face the Knicks in the next round in the Eastern Conference Finals. And actually, let me just put a pin in anything else we had planned here, PJ, for just a second. But what's your feeling on which of these teams? And again, I've referenced 3 different teams a couple times this afternoon. The Carolina Hurricanes in the Stanley Cup playoffs, who are sitting around waiting for the Sabres and Canadiens, who have their Game 7 tomorrow night. And then we've got the Knicks and the Thunder in the NBA playoffs, who have been sitting around waiting after sweeps as well. All 3 of these teams on absolute heaters. The Knicks have won 7 in a row. The Thunder and the Carolina Hurricanes 8 in a row to start their postseasons. So if you had to rank those 3 teams in order of I'm most to least worried about this team and the rust versus rest factor affecting them, who would it be first?
Yeah, it's a good question, man. I mean, I'll even throw the 4th in there too, like with the Avalanche, because they're a favorite, and they, I think, are the same price as OKC to win the final. So if you're looking at the Avalanche, the Hurricanes, the Thunder, and the Knicks of who I would feel best about, I think I would go with the Knicks 1. I'd go with the Avalanche 2, Thunder 3, and the Hurricanes 4. I think Sabres or the Canadiens could be tricky. I just have a lot of respect for San Antonio. I think that's a bad matchup, even though I think OKC wins. That would worry me. Avalanche are just a machine. They've only lost 1 game this postseason. They're the best team in hockey. Then I'd put the Knicks 1 just because I think this is their time, regardless of who they play with, Cleveland or Detroit. I think Detroit would be a tougher series. Detroit would have home court. I'd still think the Knicks would get the job done. They might not make it easy. They might go down like 2-0, or maybe they'd be down 2-1 in the series or something like that. But I think the Knicks would prevail and go to the finals.
Let's talk with Joel Lorenzi. He covers the NBA for The Athletic and just got into Oklahoma City getting ready for Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals tomorrow night. Thanks for taking the time this afternoon, Joel. We appreciate it. And let's start there. If you're a Knicks fan sitting at home watching Game 7 between the Cavs and Pistons tonight, who are you rooting for?
Sorry, you guys are gonna have to excuse me. I literally just got to Oklahoma City. Like, I'm in the Uber getting out of the car to get into my hotel. But sorry, ask me that one more time. Let's talk Thunder. But ask me
no
that
worries.
one more time.
I didn't know we'd be grabbing you in the Uber, but we were talking about the dynamic between the teams that have sat around and waited for the conference finals, like OKC and the Knicks.
Yeah.
And if you're a Knicks fan in particular tonight, Joel, and you're watching Game 7 in Detroit, who are you rooting for, the Cavs or the Pistons?
I'd say I think both. If you're asking me about like the favorite to win it all, like I don't think any of those teams belong in the East. So like, I think they like a Pistons series because they completely outclassed them offensively. And then Cleveland just hasn't showed the deep playoff mettle to this point with any iteration of that team. So I don't think I think they're gonna watch with their feet up tonight. Frankly, like I don't think they mind whoever comes out of the end.
Joel, what do you think has changed with the Knicks, man? Because it's hard to believe that at one point they were down 2-1 to the Hawks. It felt like their season was on the line in that Game 4, and then they haven't lost since then. They've ripped off 7 in a row. It feels like 4 or 5 of those games they won by 25, 30 points. If you had to pinpoint maybe 1 or 2 things with the Knicks specifically that has changed during that span, what do you think it's been?
A few things. Honestly, I think the Mike Brown's place at the helm was something they kind of had to massage and work out and understand the dynamic. I know a point of contention early on in the postseason in different parts throughout the year, but especially in the postseason was like the stretches where Jalen Brunson and Karl Towns, neither is on the court, like a lot of people would see as coaching malpractice. It seems like Mike Brown has managed to iron some of the stuff out. And not only that, he's gotten like the best version of Cat that we've maybe seen with his team. Like Cat is playing some really stellar ball, man. And on top of that, like OG Anunoby, if he's just going to look like an all-star, if he's going to outclass people offensively and shoot well and be this sort of pseudo third star, I mean, they've really got a chance. Again, like I don't want to call them. I wouldn't put them above San Antonio or OKC, but when OG plays the way he does, part of me feels like, hey, could this team win a couple games in the finals? Like, which doesn't sound like a compliment, but it is.
Yeah, I mean, whoever they face out of the West is going to be a handful for the Knicks or whoever may come out of the East if the Knicks were to somehow be upset in the Eastern Conference Finals. Joel Lorenzi literally just got boots on the ground in OKC and was nice enough to jump on the phone with us as he gets ready to cover that series for The Athletic. Let's talk Spurs Thunder. Nobody's deeper than OKC at this point, but is anybody playing better basketball individually than Victor Wembanyama right now?
No, I mean, all the sentiments, and you're hearing this from guys who have like decades in the league, like Stan Van Gundy, like guys who will say minute to minute, his impact feels like maybe the best, certainly the best in the league, most impactful in the league, but maybe the best ever. It's true. I mean, there's so many things. I imagine all these nerdy websites will find a way to track it in the next 5 years. But his impact with his sheer length and the amount of times he deters ball handlers from the rim, like this dude, like I think one of the bigger points in this series for the Thunder is like whether they decide they want to try to win his minutes or win the minutes when he's off the floor, because it's an important thing, like deciding whether you're gonna just beat the Cornet crew or really just try to stabilize when Wemby's in the game, because he's that dangerous a rim protector. And frankly, like I think if OKC gets 60 to 70% of Chet, I think they'll be fine. I think they can win in 6. This is, of course, with the presumption that Jalen Williams is playing. But like Chet in this matchup historically, like has not played well. Like they've gotten, I'd argue, like 20% of Chet. He's been low volume. He's been ineffective, inefficient. He pales in comparison to Victor in terms of like impact. Like you can see it. Like something changes, something unhinges in Chet. So I say all that to say that Victor, no, maybe not. Maybe minute to minute. I don't think there's a more impactful guy, particularly with the way like the Lakers last round schemed for Shea with these sort of obsessive doubles in a way that I hadn't seen in the playoffs. And I just don't know that there's a way that you can really scheme for Wemby in that sense. I mean, maybe Mark Daigneault has something up his sleeve. I don't know. But Wemby is like an impossible thing to scheme for.
Joel, you personally, I mean, where does this rank as series you're most excited to cover, most excited to watch? I mean, you could pair it with like NBA Finals if you want in the past, or is it definitely at the top for like a conference finals? Going into this, there's so much excitement because it feels like it could be the start of maybe something we see for the next decade with these two teams if they stay healthy. So where do you think it ranks at this point?
Yeah, I mean, personally speaking, I'm a young bull, man. So I've only been around the league 3 years. I have covered the NBA Finals. I can't say that the Oklahoma City and Indiana NBA Finals was more anticipated than the series. I cannot say that in earnest. I had somebody suggest to me this past week that it's probably the most anticipated series since, at least among like non-final series, since Golden State Houston in 2018, which is like completely fair. And if you want to like just go purely off numbers, like I believe this is the first time two teams with at least 62 wins are facing off since the Bulls and the Jazz in '98, which is like now you're having to go back 30 years to sort of find some context for this thing. And I think what's more enticing about it is that this feels like the beginning of something, right? Like this is not a one-off. This is not these two teams at the peak of their powers. Whatever happens here is going to be material for next year, 2 years from now. Like this feels like the greatest part about this is that it feels like it's this sort of long-lasting thing and this rebirth of a rivalry that stood before it, just with new players. It's probably the most excited I've been to cover a series, being honest. But besides last year, when you like take out the lens of it being the finals.
Joel Lorenzi of The Athletic is in OKC, where he just landed, getting ready to cover the Western Conference Finals between the Thunder and the Spurs. How do you see Jalen Williams getting rolled back into the rotation here, Joel? And given the way A.J. Mitchell played in this preceding round and throughout the playoffs, really, but especially the last couple of games, is it difficult for Mark Daigneault to kind of shoehorn, if you want to call it that, Jalen Williams back into the lineup, or does he say, oh, no, the hell with that, Jalen Williams is back, he's playing?
No, I mean, knowing the way they operate, I wouldn't be surprised if he like came off the bench to start. If assuming he does come back for game one, I wouldn't be surprised if he came off the bench to start game one or game two, or if they started him, I wouldn't be surprised with any outcome. I do think for Jalen Williams specifically as a player, like regardless of their protocol, when a guy comes back after missing a month, like removed from this context, Jalen Williams is a guy who they don't really. I think they would tell you that they don't really depend on his creation. I think they were kind of hoping and praying a guy like A.J. Mitchell would emerge, because it puts Jalen Williams. This is not to say Jalen Williams moves down the pecking order as a player. He's probably still their second best player. But as an on-ball creator, having to initiate actions, getting the pick and roll, sort of get to his midi pull-up, like I think they're excited that A.J. Mitchell is a guy who can get paint touches and sort of relieve Jalen Williams of some of that burden. I think you saw when their offense got balled up, it was because Jalen was asked to do too much of that last year, because obviously teams are going to scheme for Shea and do all these weird things to him. So a lot of the time it's 4-on-3 with the rest of the team, and Jalen Williams is like heading that. And so if they do decide to bench him, I think they're fine with that, because the thing they want to remain consistent is like his defensive versatility. Like you play him to maybe have him guard Wemby or have him guard whoever. Like they want him to still scale up and down defensively. I think the expectation is that doesn't change. Whereas like offensively, I think that's less of their worry, particularly now, like you mentioned with A.J. Mitchell popping now. So I don't know if he's going to start or not start, but I think those are the things they're depending on.
Joel, kind of looking big picture, would you be more surprised if the Spurs upset the Thunder, or more surprised if the winner of tonight's Game 7 upsets the Knicks?
I'd be more surprised at the winner of tonight upsetting the Knicks, for sure. Because, I mean, there's always been this underlying notion, I mean, since November, like, the season series was what it was. It was all this skewed data. But bottom line is, like, the Spurs gave off the notion that they were ahead of schedule. I mean, the big guy can do that for you. And it's not even just the big guy. It's that they have three ball handlers who can all run competent offense. Like three physical ball handlers, which is like more than any team in the league had until, A.J. Mitchell emerged for the Thunder. And so they've been ahead of schedule for a while. I don't think it'll be a surprise. I'm pretty sure. I don't have a poll in front of me. I'm not polling people, but I imagine like there are plenty of people who are confident in Spurs who think they can win the series. That being said, like on the other side, like the Knicks look like the third best team in the playoff field right now, and there feels like a gap between them and those other two teams that'll play tonight. So I'd frankly be more surprised at that outcome.
Joel, before we let you run, I got to ask, we talked about what we think the first domino to fall in the offseason will be. It feels increasingly, especially with Jimmy Haslam talking about wanting to get something decided about Giannis before the draft, that will be the first domino to fall. But do you see that happening before or at the draft? And if so, how do you think it plays out with Giannis and the Bucks?
I don't think it'll linger to the draft. That feels a little long to me. I don't know where he'll go though. Because the thing when you try to trade a long time franchise guy, this is not a guy who's like in his second contract. this is the pillar of a franchise. They're not going to see a guy like that for another 30 to 50 years. When you trade a guy of that stature, who's still a top 5 player in the world, probably at his best, you're never going to get the appropriate compensation. And so we spend all this time thinking about like who has the best package, where does he want to go. I just don't know where these variables like actually shuffle in terms of like significance. I could tell you like who has the best package. Ironically, it's probably Thunder, but they don't want him. And well, I shouldn't say they don't want him. They don't need him. And I imagine they wouldn't disrupt what they have going on. I know the Knicks are like a popular destination. It probably makes sense for them. Like every team, I imagine, could find room for him. So I don't know where he's going, but I would almost guarantee that it happens before the draft, just because like you said, with Hasen's comments, there's like a newfound urgency and understanding. Like this sort of has to get done.
Joel, great stuff. We appreciate you jumping on the phone during the ride to the hotel from the airport. Enjoy the Western Conference Finals. We'll keep up with you at The Athletic, and we'll catch up again soon.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. Joel Lorenzi of The Athletic, who, as mentioned, is in Oklahoma City for the Western Conference Finals. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. And it sounds, PJ, from what Joel had to say, like, I don't want to say tonight's game doesn't matter. It's a game 7. It's enormous. Somebody's going to the Eastern Conference Finals. But, like, there's not a lot of belief around the league that whoever wins tonight is going to have much of a shot against the Knicks.
No, there is not, which is why I kind of think maybe one of those teams could steal a game in New York. Well, if it's Cleveland, they're going to be on the road. They could steal a game in New York, or if it ends up being Detroit, they could go up 2-0 in that series. At the end of the day, we have to remember it's the Knicks. You know, it's the Knicks, Chris. They're not going to make it easy. And maybe they just get blown out in the finals. But even though I do think they get by and they win the Eastern Conference, I think whether it's Detroit or Cleveland, one of those teams could make it tough for them.
Yeah, I still want to see, like, how many times can Wemby just take over a game? Is that possible against OKC? And if it's possible at least once, maybe twice, maybe that turns the series if the games come at pivotal moments. I would love to see Wemby going up against the Knicks in the Garden in the NBA Finals, just selfishly.
Yeah.
That would be phenomenal theater, I think. Coming up, we'll get you up to date on what is becoming a stacked leaderboard at Aronimink in the final round of the PGA Championship. What if we had like a 6 or 7 guy playoff in the PGA Championship? It's not out of the realm of possibility the way some of these guys are shooting on the back 9 right now in the final round. We'll touch on that, tell you what else we're betting on, and give you our 3 stars of the day, all before we wrap up next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack. It is BetMGM Game Day live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. Always inside your Westwood One Sports app and, of course, on your Odyssey app as well, AUDACY. Maybe you're getting things done outside today. Spring is here, and that means the NBA playoffs are here. A massive Game 7 tonight, which we may have a bet or two for. You may have bets for that game tonight as well, or Game 1 between the Spurs and Thunder tomorrow. The games are bigger, the crowd's louder, the excitement at a whole new level. So be a part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds inside your BetMGM app. Activate that odds boost token now for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. We are inside the final round of the PGA Championship at Aronimink, PJ. And this is getting very, very interesting because I said this morning before you jumped on. When I saw that Kurt Kitayama had gone nuts today, shot like a 7 under 63, I thought, wonder if this means we're going to get some scoring today. It's usually a good sign if one or two guys go out early and post really low rounds that you're going to get some scoring in the final round from the guys near the top of the leaderboard. And we got that. We got a 5 under 65 from Justin Thomas, right? He sits a shot. He's in the clubhouse sitting a shot off the lead. Alex Smalley even through his first 5. The leader still at 6 under, but then Thomas, Cam Smith, who is 3 under through 11 for the day. He's 5 under and a stroke off the lead. Nick Taylor, John Rahm, Ludwig Ahlberg, Matty Schmidt, all at 5 under. So you've got 6 guys a stroke back off the lead if Alex Smalley should falter at any point. Then you got Rory and Aaron Rye at 4 under. We might get ourselves a big old fat playoff here, PJ. And the PGA Championship playoff format is a 3-hole aggregate for the playoff. Everybody plays in the same group, which means you could have 6 or 7 guys teeing off, sitting around waiting to see what everybody else's first shot looks like, then everybody else. I mean, this could be a massive, unprecedented playoff for the PGA Championship and the Wanamaker Trophy here this afternoon at Aronimink.
I would absolutely love it. The closest thing I've ever seen to something like that, Chris, was if you remember at the Olympics when they were in Tokyo. So previously, the Summer Olympics were in Paris. The one before that was in Tokyo. And they had like a 6-way tie to decide gold, silver, bronze. It was unbelievable. You had like 6 guys all playing the same hole. But it's been like this all week. The leaderboard has been so crowded. You've never had a guy who's been more than 2 shots clear of the field. And it looks like it's just going to be this way all the way to the bottom. You would think guys that have been there before, won majors, the Rorys, the Rahms of the world, would probably be the guys that you would look at to win it. Ludwig certainly has the game, but Smalley's not going anywhere. Cam Smith, great to see him back towards the top of the leaderboard. It's just going to be one of these tournaments. Like, I keep looking at Justin Thomas there at 5 under, who's been chilling in the clubhouse for the last hour and is going to be doing so for the next 3. Maybe he's in a great spot, Chris. 5 under, put yourself in a playoff and then go back out there and win. I mean, that might be good enough to put you in a playoff. I told you earlier I thought 7 under would win it, and I still feel like that's probably the target number.
Yeah, Cam Smith, who's had a pretty rough go of it the last couple of months, missed the cut at the Masters, has finished out of the top 20 in his last couple of live tournaments, has had a heck of a final round so far. He might make a push. So it's going to be fascinating the last couple of hours, the back 9 here at Aronimink for the leaders at the PGA Championship. What are you betting in tonight's Game 7? What do you got?
So I'm going to do something a little bit differently. I'm taking a parlay, Pistons money line, Cavs plus 4.5. We're going to try and middle a Pistons win by 1 to 4 points at plus 430. Because I really just think, Chris, is going to be one of these games where I think the Pistons are going to win by like a bucket. So I'm going to try and have some fun for a Game 7 and take a shot with the plus 430. And then I got to take a guy to win the golf tournament. Give me Rahm at plus 300. He looks steady right now. I think his game is in great form. And it would be really cool, Chris, if he wins, because then he'd be another guy that only needs one more to complete the Grand Slam, only needing the Open Championship.
I like that look. I'm going to keep it straight. Just go under tonight on Game 7. I think we see some nerves. I think we see some cold shooters. I think we see some defense. Cavs and Pistons under. It's now down to 205.5, so it's come down from 206.5 this morning. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Let's get to our 3 favorite moments of the show. Our 3 stars of the day. Number 3, let's go.
3.
I will say this. A lot of people use the blow it up phrase, and I guess I think when people say that, I guess I kind of want to know, like, what, and I'm not saying this about you specifically, but when people say blow it up, I want to know, like, what they mean by that. Because to me, I hear blow it up, but I think, like, all right, we're playing for lottery balls next year and starting
Spencer
over.
German of 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland talking about what happens to the Cavs if they lose tonight. Could they blow it up? Or just a massive retooling, especially after going out and getting James Harden and maybe not paying off on that with at least a trip to the Eastern Conference Finals. Great stuff from him earlier. Our number 2 star.
2.
Yeah, no, I mean, I grew up here. I grew up a Bullets fan. I was alive when they won the title. And then it's been 50 years of dreck. I mean, the fact that they haven't even won 50 games in the season since 1979 is just insane. And, you know, there's been fits and starts. You had the Chris Webber, Juwan Howard era, the Gilbert Arenas era, the John Wall, Bradley Beal. But it never reached.
Ben
never
Standig from D.C. on the Wizards earlier today. PJ, you know the life that everybody feels in D.C. after winning the lottery.
Oh, what a great feeling, Chris. I still can't believe it. It was around this time last Sunday we were celebrating. I still think it's AJ at 1, but we'll see what they do.
He's still dripping in joy. Look at the man, our number 1 star.
1.
It's probably the most anticipated series since, at least among like non-final series, since Golden State Houston in 2018, which is like completely fair. And if you want to like just go.
Joel Lorenzi of The Athletic earlier talking about how anticipated, PJ, this Thunder Spurs series is in the Western Conference Finals. And it is. It's going to be epic. It starts tomorrow night.
Folks better get used to it, Chris. We could be seeing this series play in the Western Conference Final for a long time.
Yep, and I don't think anybody has a problem with it either. It's going to be a good one. Your de facto NBA Finals, maybe. We'll watch Game 7 tonight between the Cavs and the Pistons. Of course, a big Game 7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs tomorrow in Buffalo. And Westwood One Sports has you covered for all of it. For the entire crew behind the scenes, Max, Grant, Zach, for PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM Game Day.